Hello, hello, everyone! Happy Saturday! We're having ourselves a grand old time all across the internets, and we're here
Hmm.
for part two. Part two. If you haven't seen part
Yeah,
one, it's on Mark's channel, and the link
it
to it is
is.
in the description. But it was well, but oh,
Look, I'm
it's
I'm I'm accepting that the butt jokes are coming thick and fast again this week. So
we do love
it's
a
such
thick
a
butt.
lovely. It's yeah, it's fantastic.
Yeah, for sure. But I'm joined once again, as always with these shows, with the incomparable argumentator, Mark Reed. How are you this
Wow,
evening?
that's one heck of an intro. Thank you. I'm incomparable. That's maybe a good thing. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm not doing too bad. It's been a rough week, but I'm so happy to just dive headfirst into some butt. It just it's going to cheer me up so much. So, yeah, it's so wonderful to see you, Em, and it's wonderful to see everybody out there. And I love doing these reviews. So, this should be a great old time. And I want to say a big hello to all the Emberites out there. And 75% of viewers have not subscribed. So if you haven't subscribed, click the button and do the reminder thing so you get reminded when we are on because we're back and forth between channels. So a reminder can help.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. And as I frequently mention, I do randomly do live streams from time to time, and you know that way you can come and join the live chat on those.
Yeah,
All
yeah.
right, let's bring our buddy. No, that one doesn't work.
Sorry, I've just gotten up and I'm getting coffee into me and it's early and it's an early morning, but and yeah.
Fair. Oh, I wish I had coffee. I have black tea, but
Okay.
it's something anyhow.
Mm,
Yeah, so they went through the opening arguments and they were just about to
yes.
start rebuttals.
Rebuttals. Yes.
And in fact, but is so the topic is it actually is suffering. That wasn't clickbait on the title. It actually is suffering. Suffering in the
Yes.
world indicates that the Christian God does not exist.
Right.
And hey, speaking of Emberites, beheaded
Hmm.
kamikaze just became an Ember member. Awesome. Glad
Congratulations. Enjoy your
glad to see it.
membership. Yeah.
Yeah.
Enjoy all your
Do
emotes and things. Enjoy.
yeah, do
Enjoy.
do enjoy. There's all the fun custom emojis. I see you've already found some. And
Hmm.
let's see, Spark. I think I forget what the benefits are off the top of my head, but every level has increasing amounts of perks, including early and ad-free access to all videos. There's next week's video is already available for members,
Yeah.
so good things. All right, shall we dig in to the? I don't even want to say it.
How many of you in here have ever suffered? Raise your hand, please. How many of you still believe in God? Oh, most all of you, I thought. The statement, you should
Appealing to the
not
audience?
accept.
What's that?
Appealing to the audience? How many of you suffered and how many still believe in God? A lot of you? Well, that just shows that God must exist. What the hell are you talking like?
For
What?
sure.
Yeah. I
I mean,
okay.
if you suffered and you believe in God, then
Hmm.
you must believe God caused you to suffer.
Right.
So, well, that's sort of the problem, Kyle. Where's he going to go
Yeah.
from here?
Answers that confirm what you already think. That statement simply is not true. Suppose I were to say 2 plus 2 equals 4. Do you already think that? Sure. But then suppose I were to say, if you take 1 and you take 1 more and you add 1 more to that and 1 more to that, how many do you have? Oh, 4. Oh, but that confirms what you already think, so you shouldn't accept that. And then if you were to use
This one drives me nuts because um, I don't get occasion to do street epistemology very often. But when I want to
Mm.
explore somebody's epistemology,
Right.
um, I might use something along the lines of, would you agree 2 plus 2 equals 4? And they would say, well, yes, of course. And then I'd say, why? Very few people can explain why 2 plus 2 is 4. And it makes them think. And here's Kyle saying, just because this is a thing you already think, you shouldn't believe it. But we can confirm it. We can test it. We don't just blindly believe it. We can verify it.
And that's why maths have proofs.
Yeah.
We have the breakdown of the mathematical formula to show that it is proof that maths actually works. And like, apart from that, practical demonstrations in real life. But wow.
Yeah,
so he's appealing to intuition, like just intuition. Intuitively, you know that sort of, you know,
Yeah, just because you already believe a thing doesn't mean it's automatically wrong. But that's sort of the difference between skeptics and non-skeptics. This has been coming up a lot this week. Skeptics are willing to change their mind when presented with new information because the primary question we're concerned with is, why do you think so? Why should I think so? If you can answer it, then we'll consider your position. Ay, ay, ay.
Use that type of reasoning. If you have come in here and you did not believe in a God because of the idea of suffering, then you shouldn't accept anything that Dr. Ehrman has said this evening. Now, I would totally agree with Dr. Ehrman in a couple of areas. Number one, I would certainly agree with one of his very first statements. Here's what he said. What Kyle has done is just quoted everything I've said and shown why I'm wrong.
Well, he hasn't, though. I mean, he has quoted Bart surprisingly often for only a few sentences in, but he hasn't shown anything is wrong. Getting a little ahead of himself. I wish I still had that cart before the horse graphic. That was a good graphic. I'll have to look that up again.
Okay.
Totally agree with that. I would. Absolutely. The second thing that I would totally agree with Dr. Ehrman on is he said he did not come here to win a debate. Now, I think that if you listened to his statements, that you understand he wasn't making logical arguments. He simply said, well, if that's all right with you, then fine, you can, but I'm going to have this, and I'm going... You see, that's just simply not a way to arrive at truth. And then he concludes...
Bold of him to impugn someone else's ability to arrive at truth. Like, what's your mechanism, my guy? Is it, if it's in the Bible, I believe it? Because it sounds like it.
And he is providing very reasonable doubts as to why it does not indicate. He may not have come here to win the debate, but I think he is more like Bart Ehrman's trying to say, hey, I'm not here to engage in sort of a semantic debate argument or rhetoric. But I think that he's still presenting arguments that are fairly reasonable. You know, I think Carl's showing his true colors by sort of going, oh, well, I'm here to win the debate kind of thing. He's really a bit of a debate bro at the moment, isn't he?
A little bit, yeah. Although I don't think he's actually very good at it. But that's neither here nor there.
Yeah, well, yeah.
No, Bart, he's not a philosophy bro. He argues in a more of a, dare I say, at risk of offending Mr. Anderson, a lawyerly kind of way. He says, here's this piece of information, and here's this piece of information, and here's this piece of information, and with all these pieces of information, there's a pretty clear conclusion where it's heading.
Right.
Oh, goodness.
By saying, if there is a simple answer, you shouldn't accept it. Do you understand that?
You shouldn't blindly accept it. It's true, there is Occam's razor. All other things being equal, the simpler solution is more often probably maybe true. But that's not absolute by any stretch of the imagination. It's just a way to be a bit more parsimonious about things. But you should still challenge your answers.
Yes.
when he said, if you can give an answer that solves the problem of suffering in 20 seconds, it's most obviously wrong. What answer has the unbeliever given us to solve the problem of suffering? Now, I want you to count, see how many seconds this takes. There is no God. That's the answer we've been...
No, that isn't the answer, though. That isn't the answer.
That doesn't even address suffering. I mean, there's an entailment to that suffering is not the result of a God.
Right.
But it doesn't actually answer the question.
Yeah, and that doesn't even cover why there's no suffering, because it could be an evil God. Could be a God that enjoys suffering, right? So the reason why this debate topic is so specific is because it's like, does that indicate there is no Christian God specifically? It's because there could be any other God. Like, there is no God doesn't even address sort of why there's suffering, because it could be that there is an evil God. I mean, we don't think so, but there could. But if you look at it through the lens of evolution, and that requires like if you could explain evolution to somebody in 20 seconds or less, congratulations. Like, if you can explain it to a creationist in an hour or less, congratulations. You're doing way better than I am, because they just don't get that suffering is kind of built in to the system. There it is.
It's sadly, it seems that it's necessary.
Well, it's kind of that, in any evolutionary system, there's winners and there's losers. There's animals that or organisms that evolve and are successful, and organisms that evolve and fail. And so suffering appears to be the fail element there.
Well, I could see failure without suffering, but that's a whole totally separate conversation.
Given. That's a simple answer that just is not correct. Now,
well, no, he doesn't know that. I mean, his position is that there is a God, but he can't say it's not correct until he can demonstrate that it's not correct.
Correct.
Let me move forward. And I want you to understand that I'm not attacking Dr. Ehrman in any way. Dr. Ehrman is as qualified and as credentialed and as prepared of an individual.
Hang on. And the look on his face is like, well, that's news to me, as you said, that, I like, what are you talking about? You've been attacking me this entire time. I hate the way that Bart talks. I hate the way he's in sermon mode. I hate it. It's so, like, just talk normally. You can talk normally. You know that, don't you? You don't have to do this in this cadence where you're preaching to your masses. Come on, dude.
I tell you, I speak unto you. The Spirit has moved me to testify. This man does not speak the truth.
He is an unbeliever, but I'm not attacking him personally.
That's a better American accent than Kyle has.
I try my best.
To debate this topic as anyone. He has literally written the book on it. You see, there are simply inconsistencies in the idea of unbelief. And so when a person adheres to this idea that there is no God,
he's not going to elaborate. He's just going to posit that as if it were a given.
This is weird, because this is a rebuttal, right? Is this not the rebuttal? Where is he addressing?
I think it is.
He's not addressing what Bart Ehrman said. Bart Ehrman brought up the biblical narrative. He brought up Job. He brought up a whole few things. This is a continuation of his introduction, where he's basically saying, hey, if you're an unbeliever, you've got problems, without expounding on what they are. Or if you're an unbeliever, you've got inconsistencies. Well, what are they? No, they're just inconsistencies. What are they? He sounds very pre-suppy at the moment, sort of a, it doesn't make logical sense not to believe in a God. Well, where's the flaw in logic? No, it doesn't make logical.
Yeah. Kamikaze says Kyle is always talking out of his butt. It's a fair point.
Indeed. That is true.
It's so ironic to me that he was just flaming Bart for not being good at arguments, and here he is not argumenting. He's just asserting things, and not very well at that.
Obviously going to be inconsistencies in that idea. Now, Dr. Ehrman is better than most people at covering those inconsistencies up, but they are still very much there. Let me show you what I mean by that.
Please do. I am dying to hear this.
Is inconsistencies the way that he said, well, if every bit of suffering is against God, then every bit of beauty has to be evidence of God? Like, because he made that argument, if you remember from the first one. He said, well, if the bad things are evidence against God, the good things have to be evidence for them. And you're like, no, that's not how that works. Like, if you, and I pointed out in the last episode that if you have somebody that's accused of murder, if all the evidence, of killing somebody is evidence for them being guilty, then all the people not murdered is evidence against them like being a murderer. That is not how that works.
Yeah. Well, you can always trust a dishonest man to be dishonest. Have you ever told a lie?
Dr. Ehrman made this statement. He said, the prophets say that you or the people in the Old Testament were suffering because they had done something wrong. He said the prophets do not talk about innocent people suffering. Well, that's simply not the case. Let me read for you Isaiah chapter 57, verses 1 and 2. Isaiah, one of the primary...
Actually, Kyle is misrepresenting him here. So he's saying, he actually pointed out that there's inconsistencies because in sections of the Old Testament, the ones that are much older, they're talking about sin being suffering being a punishment for sin, and that conflicts with other parts where it says that suffering is something different. So he's not pointing out, hey, it all says this one thing. He's pointing out that it's inconsistent throughout the book. So he's kind of,
Yar. It's I wish I could ping him for going to the Bible, but he's referencing what Bart said. Although it's interesting that he references Isaiah. I can't remember exactly the verse because I don't have all of my own shirts, but there's a verse in Isaiah that I find very, very useful. I'll have to see if I can find it while he's talking.
Prophets, the righteous perishes, and no man takes it to heart. Merciful men are taken away, while no one considers that the righteous is taken away from evil. He shall enter into peace. They shall rest in their beds, each one walking in his own uprightness. In fact, Dr. Ehrman understands that the prophets have more than one view on this topic. Let me show you what has happened here. When you go to the Bible, and understand this, to make the philosophically sound case that the pain and suffering in this world do not indicate that the Christian God doesn't exist, you don't have to use the Bible. You don't have to. Now, you can, because the Bible is logical, it provides sufficient answers, but you don't have to. You can make that case.
Hold on. The Bible is logical. Okay, he believes it provides sufficient answers.
right.
But how the hell do you just slip in the Bible is logical?
I don't know. I mean, it doesn't get into logic at all. I would barely be able to. You could say the Bible has rational reasons, and I would even push back against that because a lot of it is just accepting things without questioning. So I don't know about that one. I'm just trying to find what book of Isaiah. Isaiah is sort of the latter prophets in the Torah, I think. So,
Yeah, he said Isaiah 1 and 2, but I think that's a verse. I'm not sure which chapter he read from because it's not Isaiah 1, That's
Yeah,
what
so
I was looking at just now.
So Isaiah is the 23rd book of the Old Testament. Okay, so it's very, very later in the Old Testament. And Bart Ehrman was pointing out that earlier on in the Bible, it was that suffering was, and he acknowledged himself that the prophets give lots of reasons for suffering. Well, isn't that contradictory? Didn't you just acknowledge that it's contradictory?
It's a bit of an oof.
Yeah.
So Isaiah 1 has so many fun verses. Verse 13, for example, stop bringing meaningless offerings. Your incense is detestable to me. New moons, Sabbaths, and convocations. I cannot bear your worthless assemblies. Oh, I love it.
Oh. How dare we have worthless assemblies? Our assemblies must have worth.
When you spread out your hands
damn it.
in prayer, I hide my eyes from you. Even when you offer many prayers, I am not listening.
Oh, well.
This is great.
Is that Old Testament talk to the hand? Is that?
It really is.
Wow.
Oh, goodness. 17. Learn to do right, seek justice, defend the oppressed, take up the cause of the fatherless, plead the case of the widow.
Well, I do have to give the Butt some credit. At least he's onto Bart Ehrman's actual arguments now and not just tooling around with sophistry. So at least he's actually onto, stuff that he said. I mean, he's absolutely taking him out of context and misrepresenting what he actually said, because he said in the early parts of the Bible, the early prophets, and Isaiah is a later prophet. He's basically going, because there's a prophet that says it's not due to the sin of the person, then that statement isn't true. But if you actually listen to Bart Ehrman, he said the early prophets. So he's talking about the very, very early ones in the lineup kind of thing. So he went into Amos, I believe, and I can't remember what book number the Amos is.
Yeah, I'm not super familiar with Amos. Sadly. I've never been that kind of minister who knows the entire Bible.
And most ministers aren't that kind of minister, to be honest with you.
Well, yeah, that's fair. I cannot find that passage from Isaiah. Maybe I didn't put it on a piece of merch. Maybe I just yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I'm all the way back to my first merch from my very first few weeks on YouTube. Happy Xmas.
I gotta be honest with you. I've got no idea how I would do merch or how I would even start that. You got to lead me through like a frigging horse to water somehow, Ember. We'll discuss that.
You don't want to
day.
listen to me. I haven't sold a damn thing. I have my sample one shirt and that's it. So I haven't figured it out yet.
Okay. Well, I mean, we can figure it out together. I don't know.
Without the Bible. But he says the idea of free will, it just doesn't answer the problem of suffering. Well, let's see what he means by that. The other day I read about a guy who walked into an emergency room. He had an arrow stuck right through his eyeball. It was out the back of his skull. He had tried to pull it out. The emergency medical people wouldn't let him. If he did, it was going to kill him. It barely missed an artery that would have killed him by 1 millimeter. Now, they asked him why he had an arrow stuck through his eyeball. And he said, well, me and my buddies were out drinking, and we decided that my buddy told me to put a beer can on top of my head. He'd shoot it off with a bow and arrow. Now, the guy lost his eyesight in his right eye. Whose fault is that? Are you going to blame God for the loss of that man's eyesight? No, certainly we understand that free will makes a lot of sense when we look at the suffering that we've experienced or the suffering that other people have.
So, yeah,
What?
That story that totally happened notwithstanding, anecdotes aren't evidence. But also, if you have an all-powerful God, you can't just let him off the hook and be like, well, these people were dumb. Yeah, I agree, they were dumb. But if your God's all-powerful, he could have made a breeze to move the arrow, for example.
Yeah.
Or snap the bowstring. And that way only the person who's doing the dumb thing gets punished.
And it's very reductive, and it doesn't cover what we kind of sort of say as natural evils, like the evil of viruses that say cause necrosis and leave people suffering and amputated, because we've got to stop the natural forces at work. How is that a choice of free will? Is it that necrotic bacteria get free will in this exercise? I don't understand. It's very strange. How do you explain tornadoes coming through and wrecking homes and causing suffering, people to be homeless and needing water and shelter? Is that free will? That the tornadoes get free will? This entire suffering is caused by free will. It so doesn't address the root causes of suffering, because usually it is in some way our inability to sustain our needs as humans, whether that be personal autonomy or whether it be sustenance or shelter or any of the things we need as humans. It's a failure to get to that. But it's not just humans that cause that kind of suffering. There's all kinds of natural things that cause that suffering as well. And your glib free will thing doesn't actually address them at all.
Yep. It hurts my head because I know he's being willfully misdirectory as if he thinks he's going to get away with that, but it still hurts my head because it's just so fucking stupid.
Have experienced. In fact, Dr. Ehrman understands this completely. And here's a quote from him. He says, the free will argument can, of course, explain a good deal of the evil in the world around us, from the Holocaust to the disaster of 9/11. He says, yes, you can explain, and this is a quote, what happened in Nazi Germany and in Stalin's Soviet Union or in the ancient worlds of Israel, Mesopotamia, by claiming that humans used their freedom badly.
Okay, I feel like there should be a but there. I mean, there is a but there, but no, and there should be an additional but there, because it sounds like that is quote mine, where he said, yes, you can explain a lot of free will, a lot of these sufferings like Nazi Germany and like Stalin's, gulags and stuff with free will, but that doesn't explain all of the other suffering that has nothing to do with human choices.
Yeah, precisely. And
I feel like he's quote mined the start of it, is what I'm saying.
Oh yeah, it definitely it could be a quote mine. He may go on, but I think he's cutting off half of a sentence, which I'm sure Bart will call him on if that's the case. But also, Kyle presenting that is putting on the table a piece of evidence that indicates we don't need a God to explain things. Like if you're, and this is one of the big reasons that suffering is such a huge defeater for a triomni God, because if you go the route Kyle's going and try to pass it off on humans, like no, this has nothing to do with God, then you've already ceded that your God cannot be omnipotent, because he's powerless to do anything about the free humans.
Now, here's where you got to pay real close attention to what Dr. Ehrman does. He's been doing it now for about the past 6 years or so. He says, okay, free will answers a lot of suffering, but are you saying that a baby died in a tsunami because of someone's free will? No. No, we're not. Who is saying that? There might be some people out there that are saying that, but we're certainly not. We're saying that free will does answer a lot of suffering.
Well, what about the rest of it? Then why the rest of it? Like, you can't just skip over that and say, well, God's all good. Free will explains a lot of it. There's these other things that are happening, but that doesn't need to be explained.
Yeah, like, if you say, why, I'm having trouble thinking of a good example. Say you've got 200 head of cattle, and rustlers steal 100 of them. and then you wake up in the morning and they're all gone. Well, you can say, you know, Rustler stole 100 of them. Maybe you track them down, you round up the posse and you go get those guys. Where's the other 100? It doesn't explain the whole problem. So you still haven't explained the situation.
Yeah.
Now, it's a good answer to much of the suffering that we see. And listen,
Well, it's an answer. I don't know if I'd say it's a good answer, because remember, Kyle's God designed the humans who have the free will. If
Well,
they're making
yes.
bad choices, that kind of implies a bad design.
Yes, that's true. Yes, absolutely. I try to look at things from well, so yeah, that's definitely one way to put it. But sort of if you look at things as in you have a soul and it's not related to how your brain was designed, and your I don't know why a god would design something bad in the first place, but apparently that's what he did. Um Yeah, no, it's a problem. It's definitely a problem. Like, why design humans to actually do this or have a capability of doing this stuff in the first place? We don't have a capability of, jumping over an elephant or something. Why design us with the ability to do this in the first place?
Yeah.
Because he wants us to do whatever we want. Well, then why not give us the ability to heal the sick on touch, for instance?
That would
That'd
be
be
pretty
great.
damn useful. And
Right.
according to ye old holy textbook, Christians do have that ability. But yet I haven't seen it.
you and I both know that. We know that we have used our free will and it's brought suffering on us and on others. And Dr. Ehrman admits that. Now, let's move to the next idea, the idea of punishment. He says,
Hold it. Hold it. Let's not. Let's explain the suffering that's not free will. Let's not move on to no. You said it covers most of it. What about the rest of it? This is a problem.
Yeah, our store is missing 10% of its merchandise. 3% of it was stolen. Cool. What about the
happened
other
to rest of it?
7%?
Yeah.
For fuck's
You
sake.
can't just go, yeah, well, no, it's 3% of it was stolen. Now let's move on. Wait. Wait, what about the other losses?
Yeah, your homework is incomplete, Kyle.
Yep.
You're going to have to redo that one or repeat the grade.
That's really dodgy. That is really, really dodgy. He is so, like, you can tell he does not want to address that.
Yep, because it's pretty disastrous for his position.
Uh-huh.
Punishment, are you saying that's a sufficient answer to all of suffering? Nobody said that. What he's trying to say is that the Bible has to have one answer that answers every single instance of.
He did not say that.
He didn't know.
It doesn't have to be just one answer. That's Kyle's thing, is there must be just one answer for everything.
Suffering.
Yep.
Whoever said that? If a person takes a pressure cooker and turns it into a bomb and takes it to Boston and detonates it and kills 3 people and wounds another 264, is it legitimate to punish that person? Absolutely. When they get 23-hour-a-day lockdown surveillance and they are suffering, why are they suffering? Because they are being punished. In fact, in the Michael Brown debate that Dr. Ehrman had, he said, I'm a firm believer in punishment. In fact, if we didn't have punishment, we would sink into chaos. Is punishment a legitimate answer for some types of suffering? Absolutely, positively. No one can morally argue with that.
Well, you could morally argue with it, but that's not really the point. Whether you can argue with it or not, that's still human-caused suffering. Whether it's justified or not, it's still humans. What about the rest of it?
Yeah, and it is justified because you've got to do corrective behavior when people do things wrong. It's the same reason why you punish a child, because they've done something wrong and you need to correct that behavior. But hopefully we do it in a way that's corrective and not just punishment for retributive purposes, just retribution because someone's done something wrong. I don't get where this is going. Like, he's made the point, oh, free will covers all of this. What about the non-free will stuff? And this is something I get when debating and stuff. They will make a amazing firm defense and spend so much time on the free will and why humans cause suffering to other humans, but they will not go anywhere near why random stuff just happens. Pompeii just blows its top and just kills a ton of people. It's just like, well, free will.
Yeah, why not? Volcanoes have free will. Sure. The volcano gods are angry. Proof there's other gods. Haha. What now, Kyle?
Now let's look at that next idea. Third, all of us know that some suffering can be redemptive. By redemptive, what I mean is you could produce a greater good by allowing someone to go through some type of suffering. Now, Dr. Ehrman knows this is the case. In fact,
yes. However, could you, assuming you were an all-powerful being, imbue the same lesson, the same growth, in a way that didn't cause suffering? Because if you could, and you must if you're all-powerful, would the suffering then be unnecessary?
fact, he says when he was in high school, he got hepatitis. He said he was a mediocre second baseman, but when he got hepatitis, it made him stay in and study for the debate that year. I think his team might have won the national championship in debate that year. And he said the hepatitis is what caused him to pursue his academic career. And then here's what he says. I can't describe how happy I am that I got hepatitis. Sometimes something good can come out of suffering.
Right. I agree with that. Everybody agrees with that. Sometimes something good can come out of suffering. Yes. So I think I mentioned this in the part one. We don't want to confuse that the suffering was a good thing to begin with. On the whole, we would much rather that we don't actually go through the suffering. I'm not talking about challenge or difficulties or things like that, because I think the challenge is important to humans. Like, we've got to have something that does challenge us and enables us to put effort into things and overcome adversity. Like, there's one thing that's adversity and challenge, and that can be a very, very good thing to sort of make us, develop us and things like that. We're talking about suffering, which is sort of the sort of it's a more intense version of adversity. Like, it really is things that do leave you scarred. And there's a lot of traumas that, yeah, you can find some good in them. You can say, hey, I went through this trauma. It was horrible. It was terrible. And not but, and I became a stronger person, or I learned a lot about, how people are treated, or and I felt, like a better person afterwards. There's a lot of this. But what we don't do is say, therefore, that thing was a good thing. No, it was still horrible and should never have happened.
Yeah. To go with Kyle's story, once again, anecdotes are totally the same as data and evidence. But is there any other way that Bart could have ended up on the debate team that wouldn't have required,
right,
a serious illness?
Right.
I think maybe so.
And I know a lot of people have been through, abuse, especially SA, and they are stronger people afterwards, but that does not make what they went through a good thing. It is still horrible and awful, and on the whole, they should never be forced to go through that at all. It's tremendously horrible. So yes, you can sort of say, and they found an inner strength, but that is not a good thing. The fact that they had to find that inner strength is not a good thing. It's kind of, the silver lining to the immensely crappy cloud that's there. Like, don't ever mistake suffering for a good thing because you find something good somewhere in this, pile of crap.
Yes, your ability to recover, heal, and become stronger is because you're resilient. It's it's
Mm,
not that the bad thing that happened is a blessing. Like
right.
you can see a silver lining in a rain cloud, to use the colloquialism. That doesn't mean the rain cloud is any less rainy.
Hmm.
Like a sunny day would still be sunnier.
Could it be that God is allowing some suffering to bring about a greater good? Yes, but then Dr. Emerald said, well, hold on just a second. I don't see how a child dying in a tsunami could bring about a greater good. Well, we didn't say that that type of answer would apply to that particular instance of suffering. In fact, what I want you to see is that in all of
But
Dr. Ehrman's writing and speaking,
that doesn't make sense. You said like maybe God allows suffering to bring about a greater good, and then saying, but we're not saying about that suffering. Wait, isn't God causing all of the suffering? Is there someone at the frigging tsunami controls that we were unaware of? What's going on? Like you're saying that there's a reason why God does this, allows this suffering, and then going on to say, well, we're not saying about that suffering. Well, then explain that suffering. What the hell?
Yeah, like the way these apologists will dig and make up stories and try to connect
Yeah.
unconnected things. It's kind of a wonder that they don't have at least one specialist running around saying stuff like, I had this buddy who had a child who came down with leukemia and died. And it was very tragic. It was much suffering. And it totally happened, believe me. People clapped. But that inspired him to want to save other children from similar fates. So he became a doctor, and he went on to, save 20 children or something like that. Why aren't they telling stories like that, Very strange.
Mm-hmm.
there's only one kind of suffering that he does not agree has been answered yet. And that's the suffering of an innocent person by a natural disaster. Now,
Well, close enough, but that's not really all of it.
Not really. It doesn't even cover part of it. You've got all kinds of diseases. You've got the failing of our own cells and producing cancer. Like it is the failing of our own cells. There's old age, there's dementia, there's a ton of natural things that aren't caused by human choice that you can point to.
Mm-hmm.
I
Why
don't.
is there death?
Right.
Naturalistically, we can explain death. We can come up with a number of hypotheses. And there needs
Yes.
to be turnover to make room for the young, or
Correct.
the whole point of evolution is survival of the
Yes.
fittest. If you don't have a survival component, there's no weeding for the better adaptations and so forth.
Yep.
But you don't need a god for that. If you did have a god, if you had an all-powerful god who could make the universe any way he wants, why don't we live on an infinite plane so that overpopulation just isn't possible and death
Right.
wouldn't be necessary?
Don't say that to the flat earthers. It's a whole can of worms. It's a whole can of worms. Yeah, and sort of so, but not just that, but also, the dying in pain kind of thing. Like, why isn't there a mechanism that when you're dying, it just switches off the pain and you blissfully go out? Like, seems to be no reason under a god why you would allow such pain and suffering when you die. We understand from an evolutionary mechanism, having pain and that stimulus to try and survive at all costs is beneficial on the whole, to allow that organism to push that extra bit harder to survive. But it doesn't make a lot of sense if your god doesn't want to have suffering. So no,
Yeah.
not just natural disasters. No.
Yeah. So many issues.
Pinworm,
Hey, it's a pinworm. Member for 7 months.
our favorite kind of worm.
Yes. Well, This specific pinworm is. Other pinworms,
Well, that's
maybe
true.
not so much.
That's
Yeah.
true. What is your favorite kind of worm? Earthworm? I rate earthworm really up there as far as
They
worms go.
really are. They're so good for the soil. They're
Yeah.
kind of cute, TBH. They did take a hit for me recently, though. It's been raining a
Oh.
lot, as it does in the springtime around these parts.
Yeah.
And there was a big honking earthworm on the sidewalk at work where everybody was going to step on it. So I picked it up to take it off into the grass. I discovered earthworms have a defense mechanism that I had not noticed before. When they're afraid, they excrete a slime. Now, little bitty worms, you don't even really notice. It's
Right.
like slug slime. It's slippery, but also kind of sticky. Like the slime itself is sticky, but it makes everything
Like
slippery.
hagfish slime. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and it makes sense as a defense mechanism because if
Yeah,
like a
yeah,
bird
yeah.
grabs them and they
Slip
excrete,
out.
then they can
Mm.
slip out. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
But
yeah.
I'm trying to save this little fucker, and he just slimed me. He had no idea what's going on.
Yeah, I know. It's just, yeah.
Pinworm sends $2. Thank you so much, and says, "Glad to be here. We're glad you're here." Hell yeah.
Absolutely.
Here's what I mean. If there were a person who suffered and is innocent by a natural disaster, he says that has yet to be answered. Let me show you why that's the only one that he says is left. If it's suffering by a person who is not innocent, you could say, well, that's punishment for what that person has done. If it's suffering at the hand of...
See, the problem is that you purport all of these morals and all of these codes and the wages of sin are death and all of this stuff. The problem is that you have all of these people doing those evil things. Nothing happens to them. They're fine. There's no comeuppance. They just, Genghis Khan rides across, slaughters people, and then dies, presumably a happy man. Then there's all these people that help and live their best Christian lives, and they get bone cancer or something. You can't. I don't get that.
Yeah.
Like if that were true, if what you're saying is true, that evil people get punished, then we wouldn't see the disparity between evil people having good happy lives and good people having horrible lives.
Yeah, it comes back to, well, the main problem here. Why do bad things happen to good people? The standard Christian answer is there's no such thing as good people, which is a deplorable ideology in and of itself. But Kyle's not doing that. Oh goodness. Well, we've got thingies happening. A €5 I think it's euros.
Euro, that is euro, yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
From Letefte, thank you, says, I will quote Stephen Woodford, the problem of evil makes theists evil.
Mm.
I don't know that I necessarily agree. Misguided, misled. There's a lot of justification for evil. That's what apologetics is all about, is saying here's this evil thing and here's why it's good, actually. But I don't know. I think theists who go super hard to justify it, as Uncle Bobby likes to say, apologists aren't dickheads because of their religion. They're already dickheads, and they became apologists because it's a way they can be dickheads and get paid for it. Logan Fisher, member for 5 months. Thank you.
And his emoji is critical hit. So yes.
Is there an emoji
Awesome,
there?
Logan. Apparently so.
On the super sticker.
I
see.
sticker.
Yeah, there's a super sticker as well. $4.99.
Yeah,
Thank you so much. Yeah, and I like that. It's got a little video game dude.
Uh-huh.
That's cool. And let's see. And Left-Handed Jedi, member for 4 months. Thank you. All the members showing up today. Good shit.
Yeah. No, it's fantastic to be here with you all. It's actually, I think I needed this after the week I've had. I needed this. I needed all of you guys. I needed it. This is too much fun. And I'm having a blast, I gotta say.
Hell yeah. It's so great when they're loony, because then the more laughs the merrier, of course. But speaking of memberships, as you may know, YouTube gives us creators a small allowance of memberships we can give out every month, and mine has refilled. So let's drop some and see what happens.
Nice.
All
Oh, you
right,
hit Chromatic Crystal.
Yay!
What a shot. And
We
Carol
got,
Kinzer, Katina?
Yep,
Nice.
Katina Pack
Sorry.
Bays, Carol
Yep.
Kinzer, Jasper, and Spooky Bed Hair.
Oh, spooky.
Very nice, very nice. And enjoy all the assorted emojis and things. I'm clicking and nothing's hit. Whatever. you know what's going on.
Of some other person, you could say, well, that's free will, which Dr. Ehrman admits is a legitimate response. If the child lives, you could say that is suffering that is redemptive. It's there to produce a greater good. And
What? Okay,
What?
a child comes down with a severe fever and lives,
Yep.
but is rendered blind by the illness, for example.
Right.
How do you get to a greater good from that?
I don't know. I have no idea. That just seems pointlessly destructive.
Dude's hurting my head.
Yeah.
Dr. Ehrman would have to admit that could be the case. Now, here's the irony of it. When you go to the Bible,
I don't think Bart Ehrman would
see.
have to admit that's the case. I don't think we have to admit that always a greater good comes out of these horrible, senseless tragedies that we see that appear to be just caused by the natural world being the natural world. We don't have to admit that. We don't. That's the thing. Like we want to make sure that the tragedies in people's lives are not, and this is the thing that atheists sort of get really annoyed about, when you have a senseless tragedy and people go, well, God's just acting, like they really trivialize it. No, we want to stop, this thing from happening, whether it be research into disease or these things. Let's not mistake that for a good thing. No, it's not good that there's children in Africa dying because they don't have access to fresh water, and they die horribly, suffering from all kinds of diseases that are easily treatable, or a lack of food, and they starve to death. That there is no good thing that they get out of that. Let's be clear here. That's just terrible and tragic and horrible. And just because a child may survive it doesn't mean it's all for the greater good. Like, get out of here.
Yeah, like Pompeii, entire city wiped out.
Yeah.
How is there a greater good for those people,
That Dr. Ehrman even admits, and I'll give you the quote, when discussing the answers to suffering that the Bible presents, he says, how does one explain the suffering of the righteous? For that, another explanation needs to be used. For example, that all will be made right in the end. There it is. The final piece of the puzzle. You see, if there is an afterlife, that can give us not an easy explanation, because there's still going to be hurt, there's still going to be sorrow, there's still going to be pain, but it can give us a legitimate explanation for why there is suffering in the world.
Can you demonstrate that afterlife? And also, if you are that child who comes down with an illness and survives and is rendered blind and then live for 80 years or so as a blind person, at what point are you repaid in the afterlife? If you get the same afterlife as another person who didn't have to suffer that way, at what point are you repaid for that? Even if you could demonstrate the afterlife, if every single person is either spending eternity in paradise or eternity in endless torment, where's the recompense for the suffering you were forced to go through?
Right.
That's why Isaiah says that the righteous suffer, yet no one considers that the righteous is taken away from evil. What's he saying? Other than when an innocent person suffers, they go to an afterlife where all is made right. And there,
that's not necessarily true, because you can have good people that suffer, believe in the wrong Christian God, or don't follow the Christian God exactly how he wants, and apparently all they've got to look forward to is an eternity of suffering for simply
and
not believing, or being born into the wrong culture, or just not being of age. There's a reason why the Christians had to make up a limbo for babies. It's because any baby that died in the past was like, well, they're going to hell because they weren't baptized, and they are born evil. They have to be cleansed of their sins. And if they're born evil, then they're going to hell. Now, that was not very popular for obvious reasons, because, the last thing you want to tell a grieving mother as they lost their baby was, well, looks like it's eternal punishment for your dead, 9-month-year-old. So they changed it so that babies automatically went to heaven. But then they had to stop that, because there were a lot of people doing the making advanced reservations, is what I should say. Or they see their children and all they're going to do is suffer throughout their life and commit sins. Well, it makes a lot more sense to get them into heaven early, I will say, delicately. So they had to stop saying that because of the consequences of it. So they made up this limbo place. There's nothing in the Bible about, a baby going to limbo and then being judged once they have gone through this. There's nothing in there about that.
yeah, there's so many problems. I'm tempted to get onto a tirade, but I mean, we do tangents, but let's just move on for now.
Yeah.
again, we would certainly have to agree with Dr. Ehrman when he says, if that is convincing to you, then you should accept that. That's right. In fact, when Dr. Ehrman says, if God intervenes in this world, why doesn't he? I want you to understand there again, it's not a logical argument. It's just a question. You could simply say, Dr. Ehrman claims to want to help the homeless. In fact,
at the risk of a tangent, if God is omnibenevolent, then why hell at all?
Mm-hmm.
Right? You've got a place that was created by God to punish people that did not believe. Like, that does not sound good to me. I mean, you might claim that it's necessary, but why? I suppose annihilationism gets around that one.
Yeah. I've often wondered why the concept of hell as it's modernly understood, yes, modernly, it's a word now, take my word for it, why that evolved. Like, why did people consider infinite torture better than oblivion? Was it because they were so scared of the concept of oblivion that even infinite suffering was somehow better because at least you'd exist?
Yeah.
I can't quite wrap my head around it.
Dr. Ehrman's given lots of money to help the homeless, but in his house in Durham, North Carolina, there are plenty of rooms every single night that simply have room for homeless people. If Dr. Ehrman really cares for the homeless, then he could let them sleep in those rooms every night. If he doesn't care for them, if he does care for them, why doesn't he let them sleep there? Which is not an argument. And all Dr. Ehrman would have to show is, hey, look, there are very good reasons why I don't allow them to do that. And then he would just list several. It's not an argument. It's an emotional appeal. Now, if you listened closely, you heard the answer. Is that 1 minute? You heard the answer in Dr. Ehrman.
But Bart Ehrman isn't the creator of the universe with infinite power and presumably a ability to create infinite resources for the homeless. Like, he probably gives to charity, I would guess. He seems like a nice guy. I give to charity. I'm sure you do too, Ember. Whatever you can spare, we do try. It's just
I cheat. I run a charity
okay. Well, I mean that's even better. But
because I
the
can't
whole
afford to
point, yeah,
give.
I'm looking at you, Joel Olstein. Look, but we don't have infinite resources. If we gave charity to everybody that we wanted to, we would be out on the street having no money because we want to give money to everybody that needs it, and that we don't have infinite resources. That's just the reality of the situation. But God does.
Yeah, I mean, well, as George Carlin famously points out, God does need your money. So maybe he doesn't have infinite money, but we know he can do that manna from heaven trick whenever the fuck he wants.
Yeah. So why not just manna from heaven down to Africa right now to feed all these poor people?
Imagine how many people would be converted like that
Oh yeah,
day if that happened.
yeah.
Kind of weird.
I would certainly be a lot closer to becoming a believer if you mannaed from heaven to feed all the starving people in Africa. I would certainly reevaluate my atheism. I'd certainly be agnostic, and depending on what we investigated, if we found out that hey, it just appeared from nowhere, I would probably be a believer. So why
Yeah.
not?
Yeah, I mean it's ishy. I'd be inclined in that direction, but dropping manna from heaven to fuck with the humans is exactly the sort of thing an alien would do.
Well, that's true.
If I were an alien, I sure would.
Yeah.
But that would make the aliens more benevolent than the Christian God.
That's true.
Statement. He said Jesus Christ intervened in this world to save people from what? Did you hear him say it? Their sins. You see, God's never intervened just so you can have a pleasurable existence for 75 or 80 years and then gone to sleep and never woken up. God's intervention has always been designed to formulate a character in you that can live through the afterlife.
First of all, why is that necessary? Second of all, so when God helps random blonde girl find her car keys,
right,
that is designed to help her get into the afterlife.
Mm-hmm.
But not saving the starving children in Africa.
Yeah.
That wouldn't affect chances for their afterlife?
And so God makes sure that some trust fund baby has a life just filled with resources just to prepare them for the afterlife, while perfectly wonderful people who take care of their family and suffer in some third world nation. I don't understand that. And this is preaching. So it's interesting that Karl Barth says, oh, well, Bart Ehrman's just doing appeals to emotion. This is an appeal to emotion, and it's an appeal to a Christian emotion. So as I understand it, there's a lot of Christians in the audience. So he's just appealing to that. Oh, but in the next life, it's going to be better. You haven't demonstrated any of this. You're just asserting it and making an appeal to that emotional part where you're like, yes, it's going to be wonderful. How do you know
it's
that?
not fundamentally different from Kat Carr saying in heaven there's a bouncy house made of jello. Mm-hmm. It sounds wonderful, but why should we fucking believe you?
Right.
Actually, it sounds sticky, but details.
Intervention is much more valuable and important than the transient making your belly full for a day or two. Jesus Christ fed 5,000, but they were going to hunger again. But that's why he said,
It is.
This is
preaching. It's devolved from sort of very preachy debate into just preaching. Like this is terrible. And I do note that he checked the minute left. You can't not preach to people. Like there's no reason to believe any of this. It's just him preaching.
Yeah, when you don't have arguments, That's what you do. But I love it when preachers bring up the loaves and fishes, because it's like we were just talking about the manna from heaven. So
Right.
as the all-powerful God moves through time,
Mm.
he actually gets downgrades, right? Like he goes from being
Right.
able to produce magical fucking manna to having to multiply existing loaves and fishes. He goes from creation by miracle to a magician's trick. That's great. And also, there's several saints who either duplicated that particular trick or did better. Like Saint Nicholas of Myra, for instance, is one great example, who took a single barge of grain and multiplied it sufficiently to keep the entire city fed through the winter. It's a bit more
Nice trick.
than 5,000 fishes for one meal,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah.
Am the bread of life, because God's intervention is for eternity. Thank you very much.
Okay, so
Yeah.
that was Kyle's rebuttal. Gotta say, not great.
Not great. He didn't really address a lot of what Bart Ehrman had to say. He addressed Pence, but the ones he did address, I feel like he took out of context, quote mined, and did a lot of sort of really dodgy tactics of, oh well, you know, I never said it covered all of the suffering. Now moving on. Well, what about that other suffering, Kyle?
Right, like he didn't even fail. What he failed badly. Like that was just
Yeah.
bad. Because like Heathen
Yeah.
Granny points out, this all-knowing, all-loving, all-powerful being would realize what's wrong in the world and solve these problems.
Correct.
Yes, but also, if Kyle were remotely competent at his job as an excusologist, he would say, no, that's not a bug, that's a feature. Everything is going according to plan. That there are problems in the world is part of the plan. He never even hinted at that, and he should have.
So we'd do the William Lane Craig thing and lean into the, oh, these awful things are actually good. I don't see any other way around it. You know, like I don't see any other way where sort of William Lane Craig leans into it and says, well, actually, all of the babies dying in the flood was a good thing. And bless his twisted little heart.
Here we go. This one.
It was actually a tremendous blessing to these children for them to be killed and go to heaven and be with God.
Yeah, he just leans into it, and I don't see any other way you can actually get around it. You know, like if you're saying that, hey, all of this is good that you went through this, that you know you've suffered and then you got stronger. I don't see any other way around it. You've got to lean into it. So, you know, credit to William Lane Craig for leaning into the obvious logical entailment of it, but you know, Kyle skirts around it and says, no, it's still horrible, but some good came out of it. And it's like, well, doesn't make it a good thing. It's still horrible. That's the problem.
One of the problems. Oh my goodness.
Okay, thank you very much. This is getting lively. I do a lot of these debates, and the hard thing is always that there are so many points that you want to raise and to object to. It's difficult, especially doing these kinds of responses. So I very much appreciate Kyle's very coherent and compelling response.
He's so gracious.
He really
he's so gracious. Yeah, that's very gracious. I don't agree with him. I don't think it was. It might be compelling to a Christian. Maybe that's what he's trying. It's compelling to a Christian because you've got to have some kind of reasoning. But it's not. It's certainly not compelling to me. That's. Yeah.
Yeah.
Completely compelling to me. And either was his original presentation, which is what I want to talk about first. I was interested that Kyle began talking about this woman who was in this in this children's hospital, who had a bullet in her head, that it did make her lose her faith in God. In some ways, it improved her faith in God. When he was giving that analogy, suddenly what crept into my mind was the scene that we see all the time on television, where there's an airplane wreck, and half the people in the airplane are killed, and they're talking to a survivor, and the survivor says, "I just thank God that he spared my life."
That's a great example, and I'm going to let him continue, but my random tangent for the moment is over on Brentley streams, Punk Apostate. They're tremendous fun if you haven't checked them out. Christian comedian Mike Warnke has been coming up often lately, and I'm familiar with Mike Warnke. I had a friend in high school who was a big fan, played a couple of his albums over and over and over. And one of the bits Mike Warnke had was people say that you shouldn't worry about going on an airplane because you won't die until it's your time. And Mike Warnke would say, well, what if it's the pilot's time? What do you do then?
Well, presumably then God pilots the aircraft down for the rest of the people on the plane and, lands it without any fatalities at all, I presume. I can only presume.
We know he can. He did it in World War II. There was that bomber that it got all kinds of shot up, and the crew bailed out, and the plane flew itself home and landed all by itself. That's probably apocryphal, but I have heard the story from more than one source.
Mm-hmm.
Is apocryphal the right term? I don't think it is. Never mind. Who keeps inviting Ember onto streams?
I do. I love to see Ember on streams. Me.
And you wonder, what exactly is this person thinking? That God intervened for him, but not for the hundreds of people who got killed? Really? You're that important that God saved you and not someone else?
It's like we keep seeing news reports of things like there was a house fire and the family Bible survived, and it's a miracle. Your house burned down. Yeah. How is that a miracle?
And what about like the Bibles in all the 500 other houses that just got burnt up in flame? Like, why didn't God save those Bibles as well? Why isn't that a fire goes through a neighborhood and only every single Bible survives? That would be impressive.
It would be.
Unless
Bibles
the Bibles are heat treated or something. Yeah, right.
Oh no, it's evidence of like that hypothesis that's been floating around for a while. That the Bible was actually written by Satan to make God look horrible so that people would worship Satan instead, or something like that. The Bible's being fireproof is evidence that they came from hell.
Ooh.
Mortal fire can do nothing.
I'm sure the Bigfoot Jesus people would love that. Absolutely love that.
Where is that Bigfoot Jesus?
So I'm giving them ideas. Well, they think that the Bible is the mark of the beast. It's actually hilarious to see these Christians splinter off, and some Christians believe that the Bible is the work of the devil, which is just, it's funny. It is funny, but it's kind of, yeah.
Oh, Jedi has a good one. I'd like to go like Grandpa in his sleep, not like his passengers kicking and screaming.
Dear.
Screw your other stuff. I'll save my book. We got jokes, folks.
Yes. Many people suffer, and their faith sees them through their suffering, and sometimes their suffering strengthens their faith. If you're in that position, I've got nothing to object to. I know Kyle finds that offensive because he thinks it's not logical. and that what we need to do is be pressing logic. We need to have logic. We need logical explanations. Everything has to be logical. You can't have an emotional appeal. We need to have the logical answers.
Yes,
I'd
but
be happy to
Kyle
debate.
made emotional appeals all throughout it. Like, Kyle was doing nothing but emotional appeal by the end of it. So, you know, like, yeah.
And a noticeable lack of logic, but, you know, details.
Kyle on logic. But the problem of suffering cannot be solved like a mathematical equation. It's not whether 2 + 2 = 4 or not. It's your life and the lives of your loved ones, the lives of people around you, the lives of the people in our world. It isn't a matter of logic and math. It's a matter of figuring out how to make sense of it all. I was interested in Kyle's initial point during his presentation when he stated that, somewhat to his surprise, I did not want to argue that suffering proved God didn't exist. I'd say more than surprised. Kyle, in fact, was disappointed, because that's something he could really go for. He could show you can't prove it. And I didn't want to argue that you can prove it, because I don't think you can prove it. We're not talking about proof.
Well, I appreciate where Bart's going with this, but I think you can prove it, at least insofar as a triomni God is concerned.
Yeah, I think there is a logical there's a logical entailment that contradicts the entailments of the God. So I think that what we see in suffering, there's a logical entailment of that that contradicts the triomni God. There just is. I think that the problem of evil kind of throws a spanner in the works, and the fact that Kyle couldn't address, you know, the natural disaster part of the problem of evil shows that he knows damn well there is a problem there, or else he would have explained why natural disasters happen.
Yeah, like you could totally still have natural disasters, and you could have, you know, something like Pompeii, and then a magical force field appears around the village, or the villagers are magically lifted up and carried to the next village that was unaffected, or anything. It can be miraculous. It would be proof of the God, and you can still have your natural disaster and save the humans. For example.
Well, I mean, it doesn't even need to be that miraculous. It's just maybe every time there's a drought, it rains and stops people from starving. But notably, that doesn't happen, because droughts occur and people starve, sometimes to death, sometimes into, you know, to horrible degrees. That happens.
Yeah.
So
to paraphrase Paul, the rain, or not, falls on the just and unjust alike.
Yeah, and if you've ever been very, very poor and very hungry, like, hunger is one of those things that a lot of people will never know what real hunger is like starving is actually like. It is a horrible thing to go through. And you know, people that don't have access to clean water, we know that God isn't sending even just rain to help them, because they're you know, not getting water, or they have to drink from water with horrible bacteria in it. Why? Surely God can just send some rain. If there was a God, we would never see people having to drink polluted, bacteria-laden water, causing dysentery and suffering like that. But we do. Why?
Yeah, what's the greater good? How
Right.
is that part of the plan?
We're trying to figure out how to make sense of this world that we live in. How do you explain it? The issue is not proof, the issue is explanation. The reason emotional appeals matter is because we are not simply computers with logical workings inside our head. We are human beings. And we should not deny our humanity. If suffering is not an emotional issue for you, I have nothing to say to you. If it's not an emotional issue for Kyle, I've got nothing to say to him. Because it is an emotional issue.
That hurt. Yeah, that hurt, Kyle. Yeah. Let's not trivialize suffering into, can we come up with logical explanations for it? I kind of disagree with Bart Ehrman on this, that appeals to emotion are logical fallacies for a reason. However, I get what he's saying. We can't just trivialize suffering into, well, heaven will make it right afterwards. You know, it's that horrible thing where you've lost someone and someone comes up to you and go, well, they've gone to a better place. Really?
Yeah.
Really? They're a bit of a bastard. Are you sure they're not burning in agony for eternity? I don't know. It's just, yeah.
Yeah, that whole gone to a better place thing, it's always bothered me, because I'm like, first of all, you don't know that. Second of all, what do you mean by better? And like,
Yeah.
just if heaven did exist and it really were a better place, then wouldn't an all-loving God just send us all there in the first place? I don't know. Maybe I'm silly. But on some happier news,
Yeah.
I mentioned on the last stream where we were over here that we were very, very close to unlocking a new emoji.
Ooh.
I just went and checked, and it turns out we are 4 members away. So I'm going to drop my other 5 memberships right now.
Nice. Yeah, there you go.
So let's see. We got Spielkalb von Sparta, Carrie Ann Chrysler, James Duncan, L. Trucker, and Fern Lovebond.
Oh, and Fern. Awesome.
Yay.
Fern's probably my
Lots of
favorite
emojis.
plant.
Many yays. Fantastic. All right. And as I often mention, it has been a little while, but members do get to vote on new emojis. I'm going to stick a placeholder in there now so it doesn't go away. But when I get the chance, I'll put up a vote. Members will get to vote, and then we'll have a new emoji. And it'll be neat.
And we should treat it as such. Kyle wanted to go through a list of reasons for suffering. Sometimes it's punishment, but not always punishment. Okay, so sometimes God is punishing people. So Kyle thinks that sometimes God does starve people to death, as Amos says. Is that what you think too? Or that God causes the droughts? Or that God causes the wars? God causes our soldiers to be killed in Afghanistan. God caused Vietnam to teach us a lesson.
Well, that one you could blame on free will. Also, brief correction, I was mistaken. The YouTube control panel was lying to me.
Oh, no.
Yeah, apparently it was 4 more members to get to the 15th emoji, which we already have. It was because we lost so many members a couple of months ago. So now we need 24 members to get to the 16th emoji level. How many do we have? That's good. That'd be good to know. Actually, I'll look at it over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Okay, so we already have 16. So we have to get 24 more just to get up to where we currently are. And then another 25 to get another. Oof. This is rough, folks. Oh, well. Hey, at least we've got more people who can enjoy emojis and other assorted perks. And that's always a good thing.
Well, and look, there's a verse, and I was sort of looking this up while you're talking. There's a verse in Psalms that sort of says that God causes desolation in the earth. Like, so come observe the mighty works of the Lord, who causes desolation in the earth. But it goes on to say he causes wars to cease all over the earth. He causes the bow to break, the spear to snap, and the chariots to ignite and burn, but obviously not iron chariots. We know that already. But the whole point is, like, it sort of says he causes desolation and these horrible things, but also if he causes wars to cease, then why have such long and prolonged wars? Like, why have them at all if he can cause them to cease? And what does that do for free will? And so a clarifying point has to be, well, Psalms is poetry. We know this to be true. Like, it is poetic kind of thing. But do you take it as poetry, or do you take it, as literal? Because a biblical literalist would have to take it as, well, that's what God does, basically. But yeah.
Yeah. I don't that's a bit of an ish. Like is somebody like Greg Locke, who insists that everything no, he's the one who says that there are metaphors. It was the other pastor that insisted everything was absolutely literal. So they'd have to say that the obvious poetry is literal. But still, like, if he is an all-powerful God, then he could stop all wars. The poetry notwithstanding. But I haven't seen a single war stopped by a god. Like, it always goes on and on and on. And yeah, there's a definite lack of God interference around these days. Or ever.
I can't prove to you that that's wrong, but it doesn't resonate with me. I really hope that's not what you think. At the end of the day, Kyle wants to appeal to the afterlife as the explanation for why they're suffering. It's an interesting idea. What Kyle doesn't point out is that throughout history, the majority of people in the majority of places have not believed in an afterlife, including much of the Hebrew Bible, the Old Testament.
Yep.
In the Old Testament, some authors do believe in a shadowy place called Sheol. It's not a place of punishment for your sins, and it's not a place of reward for your righteousness. It's just a place that people go when they die, and they just kind of exist there. There are other authors who have a different point of view, including, as I pointed out before, the authors of Ecclesiastes and Job. Ecclesiastes is my favorite book in the Bible. Ecclesiastes says that life doesn't make sense. I don't think Kyle would like that.
Right. Logic. And life doesn't make sense right there in the Holy Book. Right. Sheol. Sheol is a great topic because, there's so much of particularly in the later books, but all the heaven talk. But the earlier books say that, no, there is no heaven, there is no hell, there's just Sheol.
Heaven is a New Testament thing. It's definitely a New Testament thing. And it seems to be influenced by the Hellenic Greeks, who believed that there was an Elysium Fields, that if you did enough heroic deeds, you would go to the Elysium Fields, rather than, say, if you committed all kinds of sins, you would go to Tartarus, which is the sort of punishment place. Like, you have Sisyphus condemned to roll the boulder uphill for all time, and Tantalus, who basically has fruit above him and water below, and he's constantly hungry and thirsty. But whenever he tries to drink the water or reach for the fruit, it moves out of reach. These are the ideas that came into sort of, influenced the religions, that there is a punishment system. The Jews in the Torah, they didn't have a punishment and reward system for the end of life. It was just everyone went to kind of a milling place for souls that just was a grey shadowy scape that all souls dwelt in, and that was it.
Yeah, conflicting messages.
But for Ecclesiastes, life doesn't make sense. It comes and it goes, and it's hard to figure out the meaning. Vanity of vanities, all is vanity. Vanity, in the book of Ecclesiastes, refers to the mist that's over the ground for a little while that the sun burns off. It's here for a while, then it's gone. And that's what life is. It's here and it's gone. What does Ecclesiastes think about the afterlife? Ecclesiastes chapter 9, verses 4 and following. Whoever is joined with all the living has hope, for a living dog is better than a dead lion. The living know that they will die, but the dead know nothing. They have no more reward, and even the memory of them is lost.
Weird how the Bible's, spitting the atheist perspective on that one. Like, whoops, we're all just dust in the wind, as they say.
Now, you can easily go to other passages of the Bible that affirm that there is an afterlife. And you say, well, so Ecclesiastes didn't really mean it. Well, the author of Ecclesiastes didn't know that those other authors were going to be writing their books. This author doesn't believe that there's an afterlife. Either does the author of Job. As waters fail from a lake and a river wastes away and dries up, so mortals lie down and do not rise again. Until the heavens are no more, they will not awake.
Ooh, that's a really good line. Because it goes to show on how the mythology was being built upon. This is the kind of thing that gets Dr. Kipp excited, and presumably Bart too, because it lays down the case that humans lay down and do not rise again, and then it waxes poetic about until the heavens and the earth pass away, yada yada. Right. It's poetic, but then later someone comes along and doubles down on it and upgrades the mythology and says, you know what, this world is going to pass away, and then there will be a magical land full of unicorns and fairies and jello bouncy castles and shit. That's how a lot of this stuff happened. That's why you have the Yahweh of Eden, who can't even find Adam and Eve hiding in the bushes. But earlier in Genesis, you've got a God so powerful he can literally speak the universe into existence. Right. Because the Hebrews already had the Eden story. But when they came into contact with the Babylonians or possibly the Canaanites, they got the story of Marduk, and they wanted to one-up it and say, oh, our God is even better than that. He didn't have to use a sword to slay Tiamat, the chaos dragon of the waters. He did it with a word,
Yeah. And I love what he's doing here, because Kyle cannot, like, he's switched from, well, maybe emotions are important, to, well, let's just look at what the Bible says. Like, I love how he's absolutely trashing Kyle with his own book. It's great. It's fantastic. It's like seeing someone take the slave whip off somebody and beat the master with it. It's satisfying to see him use this book to say, hey, you're basically claiming this stuff that's not in the book, or at least not the earlier stuff, and people didn't believe this at the time, and it seems to have come later. But you can't possibly say he's doing an appeal to emotion. He's pointing out that, hey, Kyle is doing an appeal to emotion, which is sort of a wishful thinking. He wants heaven to be true, but if you look in the Bible, there's conflicting reports, and the earlier you go back, the less they actually believed in that kind of thing.
Yep. I do, like, I still say there's no reason to believe the Bible in the first place, but there's something just extra delicious about beating the Bible with the Bible.
Yes. But there's no contradictions in the Bible.
What's that?
There's no contradictions in the Bible. Absolutely not. Couldn't be.
The Bible said so.
Out of their sleep. I myself no longer believe in an afterlife. Of course, for years I believed in an afterlife, and I believed pretty much what Kyle thought, that the suffering now is going to be taken care of then. What is right now, what is wrong now will be made right then.
Sorry to interrupt. What speed is this on? Like, Bart Ehrman's a slow speaker, and I don't see him sort of speaking very fast at all.
Did I pick this one up? Oh shoot, we're still on normal. I thought I reset
Yeah,
this time.
yeah, I thought so. No worries,
Silly Ember.
no worries. Just while he was going through this, it just occurred to me, like, this sounds like normal Bart Ehrman, like, not sped up.
Yeah, you're probably right. When I went to like preset the stuff for the stream yesterday, I had the original file and I got us to the place where we were, and I tested it for sound, and it seemed like super quiet.
No worries.
So
yeah,
I brought it into Premiere and ran the audio through Audition to bring up the volume. And while I was in there, I clipped out the part we've already covered. And when I brought it back in for the stream, I didn't change the speed. No.
It's not a problem.
Details.
Injustice will be taken care of then. I simply don't believe it anymore. I think when we die, that's the end of the story. I know most of you don't think that and aren't going to think that. I came to think that for a lot of reasons. One has to do with the physiology of our brains. If somebody does a brain operation on you, your personality changes. Well, what's your real personality then? It depends on the makeup of your brain. When your nervous system no longer exists, you can't feel anything. You can change who you are. You can take away every memory that you've ever had by operating on the brain. We are our bodies, in my opinion. You might think that it's depressing, that in fact this life is all there is. In fact, I didn't want to become an agnostic because I thought there'd be nothing to live for. That is absolutely wrong, as it turns out. Since this life is...
I appreciate Bart's sentiments, but I'm not seeing how it's any way related to the point.
Yeah, no, I can't see either. No, this is tangential to the subject of the debate, which is suffering.
Well, maybe that's the point, is to he's demonstrating Kyle's debate technique by just testifying and therefore causing suffering.
Look, I always think sinking to the same level is never a good idea. You know, like let's like not sink to the same level as our opposition, because, you know, that's a messy pile down there, and the apologists sort of, you know, dirty tactics. I don't, you know, come on now. It's disgusting.
Yeah. All there is. I relish this life more than ever. This is a precious existence we have, and we should love it as long as we have it. We should enjoy life as long as we can. But to enjoy life as much as we can, if we are human, it means helping others who can't enjoy life. During the time of this debate, there will be over 1,400 children who die of starvation. We have to help them more. During this debate, there will be 600 people in the world who die of malaria. We have to help them more. Throughout the world, there are 1 billion people who don't have clean water. Every day, 4,000 people die from diseases from not having clean water.
Yeah.
We need to help the...
Are you a prophet? Did your mention of clean water earlier?
No, it's
you're talking about...
It's one of...
Yeah.
Well, it's just it's such a problem, and so clean water, and to me, like, where I live, we have a water problem, right? It's not you know, we actually have sprinkler bans during summer. Like, you're not allowed to water your gardens after 7 o'clock in the morning, kind of thing, because it just evaporates. Like, so understand that where I come from, we recycle some of our wastewater. Like, we filter it and then pump it back into the system. These are the things that we have to do in order to have clean water. And there's a lot of people out there that don't. We have desalination plants, right? We get water and we take the salt out of it. A lot of people in the world don't have that technology, and we need to get that to them, not just say, well, that's suffering, there's a good lining where they survive, and etc., etc. Like, it's just it's just a fact of where I am, that water is absolutely precious. Fresh water is it's a privilege that a lot of us don't realize that we have.
Yeah.
And people are grossed out by the recycling of water, and it's like, what do you do? What do you expect to do?
I mean, technically all water is recycled.
Well, yeah, but it's just something that we do. And it's fine. It's perfectly healthy. It's monitored. It's we're very, very stringent about monitoring and making sure that it is clean water. But that's what we have to do. That's reality. It's
Yeah, for sure.
But when
No,
those people that say, "Oh, Australia, that the world isn't overpopulated," kind of thing, it's not about that. It's about that going into the future, if we can exponentially continue to grow our population, and we're having problems with fresh water now, there are certain resources that are unsustainable. We can't address them. It's not that we're overpopulated now. That isn't it. Sorry, Ember, go ahead.
Oh, it's all good. Tangents. It's what we do. No, I was just saying how you brought up the water earlier, and then he brought up the water. It's hard to hold a sneeze long enough to hit the mute button.
Well, like I said, it's very easy to imagine if God wanted people to have water, he could just make it rain. Like, it's very, very easy. And if you're sort of like, oh, well, there's got to be evaporation and stuff. Well, you're just talking about natural processes. Why should God pay any attention to those? Why
were we designed to need fresh water? The oceans are full of salt water. If we could take salt water, sure, we'd have a lot fewer problems.
Yeah.
Simple problems require simple solutions. I don't know.
Suffering more. There are natural disasters. Mudslides that kill 30,000 people overnight. Tsunamis that kill 300,000 people in one blow. We have to help people more. Here's what I would like. Kyle and I are not going to agree on whether the problem of suffering calls into question the existence of God. I think yes, he thinks no. Most of you are on his side. But how about we agree on one thing? That whatever we think about the existence of God, and whether we can come up with answers for why they're suffering or not, whether we come up with explanations for suffering or not, whether we're satisfied with the explanation for suffering or not, can we all agree that no matter what our view about that is, we will do more to help those who are in need? Thank you. Okay, I'm not sure how this is supposed to...
Oh, yeah.
That was...
Well, that was the end of his rebuttal. His rebuttal was pretty short. And then they went into this section of asking each other questions. So for some reason, Bart Ehrman went first on asking the questions kind of thing. I'm not sure why. It's a weird format. Not sure why.
Yeah, it's peculiar. And also, I mean, I appreciate the sentiment of his message, but it wasn't really a rebuttal. I don't know.
It wasn't.
Very peculiar. All right, well, let's get into the questions and see where that goes.
I agree with him.
So I think I'll just ask some questions that occurred to me.
I agree completely.
Oh, yeah.
We've got to help people more. And the thing is, as much as the Christians sort of say, hey, it's all for, heaven afterwards, and it's all for, testing your character and making sure, they still, then why help people? Like, why help people? Seriously, if you're a Christian and you think that people dying of a drought is there to test their character so they're suitable for heaven, then what does that say about you helping them? Isn't that you interfering with their fortifying of their soul for heaven? Isn't that a bad thing? But you don't believe that because you're going out of your way to help them. And they sort of go, oh, well, God told us to. then it isn't to
Yeah.
make them sure they're suitable for heaven. Then that's not an answer.
Yeah, because like the message of the Good Samaritan should be the opposite. Like, no, let people suffer because that makes them better somehow. Or something.
Yeah.
Oh well, let's see where the questions go.
In my mind. So, Kyle, my first thing is, you pointed out that some philosophers have said that there's a problem with suffering because, and it works kind of like a logical syllogism, that there are three statements that people want to affirm, and yet when you affirm them, there seems to be a contradiction somewhere in there. It seems to be anyway, which is that God is all powerful, so he's able to do anything that he wants, which I assume people, when they say that, they don't literally mean he can do anything he wants. He can't make a triangle four-sided. I mean, there's some things you can't do. But okay, with limited, except for nonsense, God can do anything he wants. Second, God is loving, so he really doesn't want people to be in pain and misery. And third, there is suffering. People are in pain and misery. So that's some people presented that as a logical problem. And you pointed out that now somebody who used to say that's a proof that God doesn't exist no longer thinks it is a proof that God doesn't exist. Do you know anybody who says that in fact that proves God doesn't exist? And if so, who says that, and why do they say that?
Okay, great question. The reason, I think I'll answer your last question first. The reason they would say that is because unbelievers, I feel, have been looking for complementary evidence for their disbelief in God to the evidence that we have for God's existence. So when we present logically sound valid arguments like the moral argument that says if objective moral values exist, then God exists, objective moral values exist, therefore God exists, I think the unbelieving community recognizes the force of that and says, no, we want one of those. And so a man by the name of J.L. Mackie, he was one of the foremost atheists in the 70s, 80s. He put forth this idea that the problem of suffering logically proves that God does not exist. In fact, I think William Rowe also tagged along with him. But then a man by the name of Thomas B. Warren, who wrote his doctoral dissertation at Vanderbilt University, came forward and said, hold on just a second, Dr. Mackie, isn't it true that there are some presumed premises in your statements that you can't really validate, and it shows that this is not a logical problem? Isn't it true that, number one, like you said, one of the presumed premises is that a loving, all-powerful God, when we say all-powerful, we don't mean that God could do anything that we would say, just exactly like you said, he can't make a square triangle. God cannot lie. He can't do things that would violate his nature. And so
hold on.
Yeah.
Like, okay, yes, God cannot do logically impossible things. That's one of the entailments of it. So usually in order to get around that and the various paradoxes, people will go for maximally powerful. What's hilarious is that someone quoted God as being omnipotent, and I sort of said, well, do you mean maximally powerful? Because there's a lot of problem. Can God create a burrito so big that he can't eat it? Or can God create a rock so heavy that he can't lift it? So it defeats the omnipotence. So usually they'll go for maximally powerful, which is the ability to do anything except logically impossible things. So if you're now saying, well, God can't do anything against his nature, that's a problem there, because it has in the Bible, and we're talking about the Christian God, don't forget that. In the Bible, he has done things that have been incredibly immoral, like killing people and things like that, and we can go into that later. But and he's done all kinds of things to save people, but does not do them anymore. So you've got a problem there, like the as you said, that was really good, the manna from heaven. We know he can do that according to the Bible, right? The story says he can do that. So why doesn't he? You can't say it's against his nature because he's done it.
Yeah, and the whole it's a whole thing with the against his nature. It's like a 2-hour stream in and of itself, so I'll skip it for now, but it bothers the fuck out of me.
Dr. Warren pointed those out to Dr. Mackie. He had to come forth and say, oh, you know what? Yeah, there are hidden premises in there, and so you're right. This logical problem, supposed logical problem, does not prove logically that your God doesn't exist. Now, he went on to say, I don't believe he does, and I'm going to try to change the issue, but logically, it doesn't.
Yeah, so that's my question, though. I mean, who does say that logically it proves that God doesn't exist?
J.L. Mackie
Right.
was one.
He's the one who changed his mind?
Right.
Okay, so no one else that you know of?
No, absolutely not. They can't say it anymore.
I mean, it's a specious argument because that's not an argument anybody makes. That's my point. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like saying one dude did and then recanted. So what are you arguing about then?
Right. So the
Ay,
problem
ay,
of
ay.
evil is about, it's not about sort of a logical, it's not there, because when you're talking about logic, we're talking about validity kind of thing. It's really more about the soundness. Like the whole idea is that if these premises are true, then the thing is true. Now you can insert a whole lot in there, but really you're saying, hey, there's a problem with the way that this is implemented that causes problems. There needn't be logical problems. They can just be problems that we observe in the world. You've got to separate sort of what logic is from an argument that demonstrates the point. Do I think the problem of evil logically demonstrates that a God can't exist? No. Do I think it logically demonstrates that a certain type of God, a very, very specific type of God, doesn't exist? Yes.
Yeah, that's fair.
But it has to be omnibenevolent.
No unbelievers who say
And
God
not
must
just
not, cannot exist.
Not just maximally benevolent or benevolent. It has to be omnibenevolent, incapable of doing anything that is evil. That's my point, right? So that specific God, it's a problem for.
Yeah,
Sorry,
and,
go ahead.
and it's not the subject of tonight's debate, but that's a contradiction with the Bible itself. Like there's, I've never been the kind of minister who can just quote chapter and verse off the top of my head, but there is a rather famous passage that says, "I, the Lord, create all things good and all things evil."
Right.
He
Yeah.
outright
I'll
says
look
he
up the
creates
actual
evil,
passage.
so he cannot be omnibenevolent.
Right. Well, I mean, that's sort of a it's Isaiah 45:7. So
That was the thing I was looking for in Isaiah. Okay, there we go.
Yeah. Isaiah 45:7. I form the light and create darkness. I make peace and create evil. I, the Lord, do all these things. So, I mean, that's another thing entirely. It's sort of saying, hey, there's a contradiction in the Bible between him being, sort of all good and creating evil kind of thing. So there's some problems. I mean, people like the Calvinists just lean into it and they go, yeah, no, he can do evil. It's fine. He's quite capable of being an evil, vengeful, angry God. That's fine. But that
to be
causes
all
other
powerful,
Christians.
He has to be able to.
Right, and that
Or
gets
even
around the problem of
maximally
evil.
powerful.
That instantly solves it. If the God is capable of any evil, not just sort of a massive amount of like just any evil, it's fine. It gets around it. But the problem is that you're presented with this God, and it's a very specific God by the Christians that is incapable of any evil whatsoever. And that is where the problem of evil kicks in. It doesn't disprove a God, or rather, it doesn't disprove all gods. It disproves a very selective kind of God.
Yep, which unfortunately is what Kyle's arguing, which is not the same as the biblical God. So if he's using the Bible as so many contradictions, for fuck's sake.
Logically, because of the problem of suffering. And so when you attack that argument, I don't know what you're attacking, because that's not an argument people use.
Have you ever heard of jailmaking?
Yes, I have. What's it got to do? I'm talking about today in the 21st century.
Okay, what I was saying is...
And you don't seem to know anybody who makes that argument. So I don't know why you're arguing against it.
Well, I'm not. What I'm showing you is that it's not a logical problem for God.
Because it's a straw man.
It's time to make it one.
Yeah, shadow boxing.
It's a straw man. That's why. Oh, every time you pause his face, it's just hilarious. The man has a rubber face.
Sure.
It's hilarious.
There's our straw man. Oh, do we? Okay, we do still have the straw man emoji.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. I don't know if we go too long without new emojis, I may put some of the old ones up for a revote. Because voting is fun.
Sure. I just choose them myself because whatever amuses me at the time. I'm way less organized than you, Ems. You are You are doing amazing work over there, and I'm just doing whatever I can drum up at the time. I'm so by the seat of my pants on this stuff. It's terrible.
Well, I try to keep an eye on things.
Well, yeah. There you go.
Uh-huh.
But I brought it up in the first one. It's kind of this. He's not even bringing up Bart Ehrman's arguments from previous speeches and stuff. He's bringing up other people's ideas from in the past and using them as, well, here's a solution to that argument. Well, if Bart Ehrman's not making it, why bring it up?
I have defeated you, person I'm not arguing against.
And they just simply couldn't.
But you just said that nobody does.
Because we disproved it.
We did. Okay.
And just so
Yes.
You really haven't until you come up with some kind of way that natural disaster thing works. Because, are tornadoes caused by God? Yes. Do tornadoes cause suffering? Yes. Does God cause suffering? No. What? That's a problem.
Yeah.
And there's a reason why it's called the problem of suffering, not the logical denial of God through suffering. It's just a problem.
For sure. I can't think of the word I want. Maybe it'll come to me.
Jacuzzi. Kumquat.
Not my safe word.
I'm just gonna say words until I find out what it was.
Yeah, there can't be more than 137,000 words in English. Possibly.
I associate with unbelievers, and I've never heard anybody make that claim. And apparently you haven't either, because you have one example from, what was it, the 1970s?
You haven't heard anybody make it now.
So let me ask you another question and get on to something.
Yeah. Love the shadow boxing.
Something else. You make a lot of argument about what you call the moral argument, that since there's justice, there has to be some kind of moral absolute for there to be justice. Am I saying that correctly? Is that how you put that?
I would just say it like this. If objective moral values exist, then God exists. Objective moral values do exist, then God exists.
So you think objective...
Yes, we addressed that one last week. It's wait, if he does it the one way, it's affirming the consequent. If he does it the other way, it's a modus tollens, but there's also that huge non sequitur in between. Like, I could say, if I have a coffee cup, then God is good. Well, I have a teacup. But I could put coffee in it if I had coffee. Therefore, there's no causal relationship demonstrated there. You need another premise at least.
Moral values exist?
Absolutely. One would be justice.
How much cultural anthropology have you studied?
Not much.
Right. I figured that out because cultural...
Oh, and Kamikaze points out the other big problem with that. The if objective moral values exist.
It still doesn't work, BK. It's because there are arguments for objective morals from other things like natural laws and evolutionary mechanisms and things like that. They can, I don't subscribe to that. I think they are, and most philosophers do think that morals are relative to cultures and things, and that's what Bart Ehrman's just about to go into. Anthropologists certainly do. There's no other way you can kind of explain the moral diversity through different cultures, from the Mayans to the Incas to the, tribes and that do all of these things we may consider incredibly immoral. To, you look at time frames back in the Victorian day, showing your ankles was incredibly immoral kind of thing. There's no real way to explain this moral diversity except for moral relativism. But,
And the moral evolution shown within the Bible itself. Like,
Yeah.
slaves are good, and yet Christians today don't keep slaves. Well, what's up with that?
Hmm.
Well, Christians claim to not keep slaves, but that's a whole other sociology thing.
Anthropologists object rather strenuously to the idea that there are moral absolutes, because different societies are absolutely committed to different moral values. What do you do about that?
Okay, I would just simply say that just because some people disagree about what you would call moral values doesn't mean that there are not some objective moral values. For instance, when you say, I looked around and I saw things that were unfair. When you say unfair, what do you mean?
My point is that what I say is unfair is different from what somebody thinks is unfair in a different society. Let me give you an example.
Well, okay, first of all, I was hoping he would say torturing babies for fun, because then we could add it to the list of all the apologists who say it's wrong to torture babies for fun. And it tickles me that they have to add the for fun on there because the Bible commands the torturing of babies. It's clearly objectively moral somehow.
Or at least the ending of babies, yeah.
Yeah, but on fairness, I don't think there is such a thing as objective fairness either. That's also inherently relativistic. I used to use an analogy, kids in a classroom. One raises his hand and wants to go to the bathroom. Well, if you wanted to be fair, you'd have to say no, because then everybody'd have to go to the bathroom. Or if you have everybody go to the bathroom to make it fair, then it's still unfair because the kids who don't have to go might not want to. Or with grades, is it fair to assign the kids the grade they earned? Or is it fair to give them all the same grade? Those are both fair from different interpretations of what you mean by fair.
Yeah.
I should have just started with that one.
No, that's okay. I gotcha. Yeah, it's fair is entirely dependent in that point.
There are societies that believe in blood vengeance, who believe that if your relative is murdered by somebody, the right thing to do is to murder the murderer. Do you agree with that moral judgment?
What's that?
Eye for an eye.
Yeah, for
Tooth for a
sure.
tooth, a limb for a limb. Yeah, it's
yeah. I personally, I'm very ishy about murdering murderer. Like, anytime you give a government, and this is, governments, you got to be careful with those things. If you give them the ability to murder their own citizens, everyone is in deep shit.
Yeah.
But that's a whole other discussion.
Well, even an eye for an eye. The problem is, and it's sort of, there's sort of a saying that says if an eye for an eye occurs, everyone ends up blind. And the whole point is that if you take blood vengeance and kill somebody and you're wrong, then they should be able to take blood vengeance and kill back. And sooner or later in this chaotic world, you're going to lose track of where where the ledger lies. And then it just becomes people killing each other because of this idea of vengeance kind of thing. It quickly gets out of control if you believe that your relative was killed by them and they don't. You take blood vengeance, and then there's a ledger on their side that say, hey, they killed it for no reason. It inherently leads to chaotic vengeance. Whereas something like imprisonment, you can just put them somewhere and then show that they were the ones that did it. So it's a horrible thing. An eye for an eye is not a good way to run any society.
Yeah, it's how you get Hatfields and McCoys, generations-long blood feuds that go on so long nobody can even remember why it started. But, you killed Uncle Charlie, so I'm going to kill you, all that kind of thing. I philosophically subscribe to the idea that if you unjustly take the life of another, you forfeited your own right to life. But that doesn't necessarily mean execution is the proper course. Life imprisonment achieves the same thing, is more humane, allows for the correction of mistakes, and at least in the United States, is considerably cheaper.
Yeah.
I would say that God, from his nature, has issued certain prerogatives to people. For instance, in Romans chapter 13, the Bible says that governments have the right to implement laws that are in accordance with God's nature that would punish a person who does something wrong. So yes, if
So governments have the right to kill anyone who doesn't take Saturdays off, or who picks up sticks on a Saturday. Governments should have the right to compel you to bring rams and sheep and pigeons and whatever to the temple for blood rituals.
Or just slaughter somebody for burning the wrong incense.
Yeah.
Whoops.
Wild.
If a person takes a pressure cooker and detonates it at the Boston Marathon and kills 3 people and wounds another 264, I believe that God has empowered our government to assess the nature of that crime and then say, yes, that person could legitimately be sentenced to capital punishment. Yeah.
God is the ultimate judge, and God is directly involved in all the world governments. Why do we need judges? Why don't we present the case, and then, a great big glowing orb on the desk issues forth the verdict?
Well, God helps those who help themselves, apparently.
Yes.
And God just gave us the ability to judge things and then let us go. Unfortunately, a lot of these ability to judge things in humans is really freaking poor. We cannot think in a certain ways that will come out with exact logical and rational things. And there seems to be a lot of people doing horrendously bad things and just getting away with it for some reason. Supreme Court, I'm looking in your direction.
Dun dun. Oh, wait, I have the sound effect. One of these days it'll play without skipping.
Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, it's a crisis. It's absolute crisis in morality. It's sort of this idea that, there's an overarching God who's righting all wrongs, but you got to wait till you're dead. Come on now. Let's be serious about this. We've got to do it ourselves.
Yeah. You'll get justice after you die. In what universe is that justice? That's an absolute total lack of justice. But whatever.
Would be legitimate. Right. That's not what I'm talking about, though. I'm talking about societies where blood vengeance is the right thing to do. If you murder my brother, then it is the right thing for me to do to murder you. Do you think that is a moral absolute?
No. Not
so
unless
the moral
you're
absolutes are the ones that you happen to agree with.
No, certainly not. In fact,
You mean there's some that you don't?
Kind of got him on that one. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Moral absolutes are just what you agree with.
Because guess what? The Bible says that very thing. And Bart Ehrman is a historian and a biblical scholar. He is aware of the blood vengeance verses in the Bible. They're there. You can't just say, oh, well, that isn't there. It is there.
Kyle should have sensed a trap. If I may paraphrase the superior scripture, never go in against a Sicilian when death is on the line.
Right. Never go in against Bart Ehrman when the Bible is on the line.
Agree with?
I would say there are some in other cultures, people who, for instance, if a person said it's moral for 3 men to marry 1 woman, or for 3 women to marry 1 man, I would say, number one, where are you getting that? And they would just simply have to say, well, they're making that up
Really?
out of their
What if they
subjective...
said that's what?
Well, I mean,
no.
Solomon.
Yeah, and they might say, hey, that's a provision given to me by Vishnu or some other religious thing. Why sort of, so we can just say, hey, you're making it up as well, Kyle. Why would you say that when you believe it comes from a god? Other people believe that other things come from gods. A Muslim would say, hey, that's handed down by Allah himself. They wouldn't say, oh, I'm making that up. No, that's not what they... Hell, Jehovah's Witnesses think that Mormons think that it comes from your God.
Yeah, the FLDS. It's in their holy book, which is a New
Yeah.
Testament of Jesus Christ and things.
Mhm.
But yeah, I mean, why marriage? Because it's a moral duty for various
Yes.
reasons. Okay, so what's
Mhm.
the moral yada yada behind marriage? Oh, it's a one man, one woman. Okay, what about Solomon?
Yeah.
Like the Bible defines marriage in a multitude of different ways.
Right. And let's not even forget the fact that you can take your slaves as sort of concubines in the Bible.
Oh yeah. That's how you get many of your wives. You
Mhm.
first go and wipe out an entire people group, except for the virgins, and then you let them mourn the families you've murdered for 30 days, and then you force them
For a
to
month,
marry
yeah.
you, and it's
Oh, that's
moral and good.
obviously moral. Yeah, that's
Yes.
obviously the right way to do it. Yeah, Christian values.
Abraham did. Okay, if I were to look at that, I would simply say, number one, Abraham also lied about numerous things, and God doesn't condone that. Abraham did numerous things that God doesn't condone. So if we were to say if that's what Abraham did, just because Abraham did doesn't make it right.
Does God condemn it?
But God rewarded Abraham by making
Oh,
him
yeah.
the father of the chosen nation. And
Oh, yeah.
also, Abraham argued with God on multiple occasions and won. That's
Yeah.
kind of odd. He's all-knowing, but, he takes bets with Satan, and he loses arguments to more, and not just Abraham. He lost an argument to Lot, and I'm sure there's at least one other. This
Oh,
God
Moses was
critter.
the other one.
Ah, yeah.
Because he wanted to kill everybody that was worshipping the golden bull.
Yeah, that's my
Moses
favorite
got
part of
demonic.
Exodus. When
What would the
Yahweh
other
is
God
like,
think?
these
Yeah.
stiff-necked people, I will smite them all. And Abraham's like, yo, Yahweh, chill for a second. Think about the optics. What will the other gods think of you when they hear you've wiped out your chosen people? And Yahweh's like, oh, right. We don't want the other gods to think I'm a monster. I'll only kill half of them. For fuck's sake.
Yeah.
God certainly does condemn Abraham's lying, and God condemns
Does he condemn
Abraham's
his polygamy?
You never read that he condemns his polygamy, but that was certainly under a system that he never says he condones it. And so just because you don't read that God condemns something doesn't mean that he condones it. For instance, when God says, if a person slaps you on the right cheek, turn to him the other also. In that instance, God doesn't condemn the person who's slapping you on the cheek. Now, just because he doesn't say right there, I don't condemn that, doesn't mean he condones it. So absence of a statement from God.
Well, that's Jesus, which isn't the same as Heavenly Father,
Well,
Yahweh, whatever.
Yeah, but we're talking about the Christian God, so you could make the argument that Jesus is the Christian God.
Oh yeah, I dare say. The Trinitarians, it's mostly Jesus worship with a little bit of lip service to the other two parts of their Godhead. But even so, like that's not quite the message. It was, yes, offer them the other cheek because you are condoning it. You're saying slap this one too. In fact, you're consenting to it. You're saying, please, Daddy, hit me again. It's a moral point, like to say, I am above your lowly mortal slapping about, but it's still condoning it because you're not stopping it.
Well, I mean, there is something to be said about the sort of rising above it all as a weaponized sort of rising above things. Like Gandhi used it to good effect in the rebellion against the British by sort of, he was a pacifist and used peaceful non-compliance. I can't remember what the actual word for it was.
Yeah, I can't.
But
I
anyway,
can't think of it either.
They used like peaceful non-compliance.
Civil disobedience?
Yeah, I think so.
I don't know. I just
But
work here.
there was a word. There was a word for it. Non-violent non-cooperation. That's it. Non-violent non-cooperation. So basically, they didn't fight back, because civil disobedience is sort of a bit different, because sort of in the idea of riots and things like that, you are using violence in order to sort of show, or resisting the police. Gandhi just didn't resist. If the police dragged them away, they just went limp, but they didn't actually follow their orders. But they didn't actually fight them either. They didn't struggle at all. They just sat down and just did not work and did not do anything.
Oh, they became politicians.
Nice. Yeah, basically.
Okay. Making sure we're on the same page.
In a certain instance, certainly doesn't mean that he condones the practice.
Right. Okay.
Well, I love the way Bart dismisses Kyle's nods. Okay, if you say so, buddy.
Yeah.
I think, okay, let's just move on. We're not going to see eye to eye. The reality is that the patriarchs in the Hebrew Bible behave in ways that later are condemned by God, but they're never condemned for the patriarchs to do them. So there's a reason for that. And it's a reason that you would know about if you would study cultures more broadly. Our problem is we're used to our society. And we think that our society has the right moral values when it comes to what's really right and what's really wrong. So monogamy is really right. I happen to be a firm believer in monogamy. But there are other cultures that don't believe in monogamy. So where do you find the moral absolute? Does it just happen to reside in America? There are societies that believe in blood vengeance. Well, is that right or wrong? If it's right or wrong, why does one society get it right and the other wrong? Is it that the Americans are the ones who get these things right? So that would take us all night.
Let me just make one statement on that. There's an atheist by the name of Michael Ruse who says that the man who says that it's right to torture and rape 5-year-olds is just as wrong as the man who says 2 + 2 = 5. And it seems to me that if you guys are listening and paying very close attention to what he's saying here, he's saying that if you have an idea in a certain culture that something's all right, then another culture can't say that there's anything wrong with that. You got your culture, we got our culture, and yet that's exactly...
So what this Butt has basically brought up is mathematics, which is just a descriptive language of our reality kind of thing. So I'm fine with morality being a descriptive language to say, hey, but that's the thing, like 2 + 2 = 5 is only because we've defined certain things as 2, this other thing as 2, and the total as 5. There's no, like, mathematics isn't really objective in that way. It's kind of odd the way that he's trying to sort of say, hey, it's the same as math. Well, math is just a descriptive language. It's not, inherent that those things have those meanings.
Yeah,
so
it's a low-key equivocation. He's saying wrong mathematically, as in demonstrably incorrect, is the same as a moral wrong. Because they both use the word wrong, they're the same wrong.
Right, and it's not. It's sort of, he's sort of making a category error where one is a description of sort of the objective reality, and so he's making an appeal to emotion. He's saying, hey, it's not enough for us, for all humans to believe that, or it's ubiquitous among humans to believe that killing a baby is wrong. It has to be objective. Why does it have to be objective? I believe it's wrong. You believe it's wrong. Everybody believes it's wrong. Isn't that enough? No, apparently not. Why not? It'd be nice if it was objectively wrong, but you can't just assert it. You've got to show that it's objectively wrong. And I don't know how you do that.
Yeah, I don't think you can even do that based on consensus, because I can't remember the stream, but we did a bit of a dive into Christian history, and up from the year 300 onward, every couple of generations, the Roman Empire, the kingdoms that spawned from it, and so on and so forth, even into the United States in the present era. As far as the 1950s, at least, every couple of generations, they had to pass a law saying it was illegal to take unwanted babies and just dump them in the woods.
Expose them, yeah.
Yeah, exposure. Like that was Christian. Oh, it was the first video from not Unapologetic, Premiere Unbelievable. That's it. The host from Premiere Unbelievable had some Bible guy who's super obnoxious, who was like, oh, well, Christians brought morality to Europe because before Christianity, people would, take unwanted babies and dump them in the woods or leave them on garbage piles or whatever. And it was a practice
Christians
called exposure.
would never do that. Yeah.
Yeah. And yet, once the Christians took over, they had to pass a law prohibiting exposure every couple of generations because it just continued for over 1,000 years, nearly 2,000 years. And it was only access to safe and legal abortion that started to cut into those numbers. So there has never been a time, at least in the Christian world, where people did think killing a baby was wrong universally.
Yeah.
Exactly what the world did to Nazi Germany at the Nuremberg trials. They put the leaders of the Germans on trial, and the Germans said, we weren't doing anything wrong. According to our culture, we needed to exterminate the Jews. It was our law to exterminate the Jews. It was helping Germany. And Robert Jackson, who was the Attorney General for the United States of America, said, no, they have violated a higher law than the regional law of Germany. Now, where do you get a higher law than a cultural law? That's exactly what we're dealing with here. See, Dr. Ehrman says, there's no higher law.
International law. International.
Yeah.
So that's when we banded together. It's called intersubjectivity. So we basically banded together and made the International Covenant on Human Rights. But no one's saying that was handed down by God. In fact, there's probably a lot of things in there that sort of Christians didn't really think were particularly, a human right kind of thing, but we just sort of banded together and agreed on them.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, that's how laws function, I mean, especially in democratic societies. We may vote on things directly. We may elect representatives to vote on them on our behalf or whatever, but as a general rule, all of society agrees that law is, if not right, then the most expedient way to do things. Like stop signs. Who goes first when 4 cars come to a stop sign? There's no morally right answer, but there's an expedient way to handle the situation.
Yeah. It's weird.
It is
because the International Covenant on Human Rights, it's a covenant, but it wasn't made with God. It was made between us, between various nations that believed all of this stuff was wrong. Like, I don't know, targeting civilians during wartime, or bombing hospitals, or, fighting near a nuclear friggin' power plant. It's funny that God didn't put that one in the Bible. But that's a really bad idea for obvious reasons.
Yeah, and even then, it's still not absolute because we've got, several of those things are being violated in the present wars going on today. And if you talk to the Russian soldiers fighting near Chernobyl's ruins, they would say, oh, but, we were legally required because it was a lawful order to fight near that reactor. Or if you ask the IDF forces why they're blowing up hospitals, they would say, well, it was well, technically it was an illegal order, but it was still an order, and it would be for the soldiers the same as violating a law if they didn't carry that out. And it's a tough spot. Just following orders is no excuse. Nuremberg thoroughly established that, and most of us agree. But at the same time, if you're a Russian soldier, and you disobey an order, you're dead. There is no court martial. They just fucking kill you. And I don't know how the IDF handles it, but disobeying even in a legal order, you are still in a world of shit.
Well, I mean, let's turn to America. I mean, Snowden is a thing. He disobeyed, orders and took secrets showing that the NSA was spying illegally on its population, and he was forced to flee overseas. Look at Chelsea Manning. She basically got footage of American helicopter pilots gunning down journalists that they knew were journalists, and they talked about being journalists, and she ended up in prison for giving that to the media.
Yeah, and weirdly, she's one of the lucky ones because you know, there was a reason they were targeting journalists, and yeah. But that's, I think that's a whole other topic too.
Just tangent. Chelsea Manning is a hero, a hero, and I won't hear anything differently.
It's objectively true.
It's objectively true, absolutely. Like it's very easy to go along with the flow. It takes real courage to stand up and say this is wrong, and stand up to your government and say, hey, it's wrong. And you know, she like I don't understand how she showed the military forces intentionally murdering civilians, and there was a young child in the car as well that they murdered, and she is the one that ends up in prison. I don't understand. I'll never understand that. I don't get it.
Yeah, politics is in some ways inevitable, but some of the ways that it gets handled, there's a lot of evil in that kind of system.
No, that's wrong. Have you heard me say that?
Yes. What you said was...
When did I say that?
You said in some cultures, some things are morally right. In other cultures, other things are. So you can't say one of those is right and wrong.
I'm asking you whether you think that there are moral absolutes and where you find them, other than in your own mind. Where do you find them?
Sure. The moral absolutes stem from the nature of God.
Okay, so killing babies is fine then, apparently.
It's the nature of God to punish people by killing them.
Okay, let me
in the Bible, the nature of God is to punish people by killing them, or starving them, or bringing drought against them, or bringing epidemics against them. That's the nature of God. So what exactly do you draw from that for moral absolutes?
Well, as you're looking at that, if you were to say, okay, it's immoral for God to kill a person. Well, if God is the creator and he's all-knowing, then God certainly understands that if a person has committed something that's worthy of death, then yes, certainly they could be killed. Now, when you say, what do I come away with from statements like God starves a person or God kills a person, if I were to look at societies today and say, is it ever morally right to kill a person? Well, the answer to that from the bulk of jurisprudence is that if a person commits a crime that is of such a nature that it deserves to be punished by death, then yes, it would be morally right.
Right, the laws made by humans. He was asking about objective morals coming from your God.
Well, the fact is that Kyle can't show that these are actually objective. All he can do is just assert it to be so. That's the thing. Like, he's not showing that they come from an objective standard. All he's saying is, yes, they are objective because of the nature of God. Well, you've got a problem there, don't you? Because if God cannot change his own, like I can change my nature, right? Just say I have a big anger problem and I want to change that. I can change my nature. Core beliefs are very difficult to change, core fundamental personalities, but it is possible. So God cannot change his own nature.
Yeah, it's like we talked about in that that Ken Ham review that we did a while back, the tree and the flagpole. You know, the flagpole is perfect. It is exactly what it needs to be, nothing more, nothing less, because that wouldn't be perfect. And it's unchanging. It cannot change because that would make it less perfect. The tree, on the other hand, starts out as a tiny little sapling, super vulnerable, and as it grows, it gets stronger, but it changes of necessity. That's the only way to become stronger. When it suffers injury, it scars, but it heals. If the flagpole gets hit by an axe, that's a permanent mark. And eventually, the tree will grow to tower over the flagpole. So even though it may be perfect, it's vastly inferior in several ways.
Right.
And that's kind of the problem of perfection, which also is a problem for a, maximally perfect super omni god, but not so much for other kinds of gods. Like you can have Olympian gods who are basically just superpowered mortals, but still full of flaws. That's fine. They don't have a problem being imperfect because they're supposed to be imperfect.
Yeah.
But if you have something that you claim is perfect, it's automatically inferior. In fact, I knew a Lutheran minister once upon a time. Priest? Are Lutherans priests? I forget. It doesn't matter. He suggested that God created humans imperfect because of the problem of perfection. It was his only real mechanism to create something that would eventually, someday in the distant future, be greater than he himself was. That was him creating the boulder that he couldn't lift. It's us.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm still not convinced there is a God, but damn, that's some cool philosophy.
But that's better than the Christian God, which is, yeah.
To starve somebody to death?
Well, if you are looking from God's perspective and there is an afterlife, then a time period on this earth of something happening has to be viewed in afterlife. For instance,
No, I mean, I'm asking, do you think it's right for you to starve somebody to death?
okay, no, certainly I haven't been given that prerogative by the Creator.
But it's in the nature of God, you said.
No, I said
Your moral
no,
rights
watch
are
this.
given to you by God. This is what God does. And so why isn't it right for us to do it?
Okay, perfect.
Nice.
Now that's where you got to make a distinction. Watch the distinction here. If you say that it's right for an authority figure to do something, that doesn't give everyone the right to do that.
But you said your moral absolutes come from the nature of God.
That's
They
right.
either do or they don't.
Right.
No, they certainly do.
No, Bart Ehrman's onto a fantastic thing here, because if you say it comes from the nature of God, and the nature of God is to do droughts, then that is the nature of God. And if you are shipping in water, who are you to go against the nature of God? That is the right thing to do. Them dying of dehydration is the right thing to do necessarily. So there's that problem, and he's onto another one where he's basically saying, well, if it's in the nature of God, it's the right thing to do. So if droughts are in the nature of God, you're not taking your morals from the nature of God. You're taking your morals from what God apparently says in the Bible.
Yeah, and like many of us secular folk have been saying for years, you're all more moral than that God. I don't think even the most malevolent psychopath would drown the entire world. It's just, why? It's beyond stupid. It's beyond wasteful. It's even if you don't care at all for human life, even if you get a thrill out of killing, it's just the shit that God has done is so far beyond the pale, morally speaking.
Right.
It's like, I don't know. I think you could make a stronger case for him being maximally evil than maximally good. Like, the fact that any good happens at all isn't the blessing of God. It's a measure of his inefficiency. It's like I often say, what we perceive as order in the universe is the difference between the maximum possible entropy and the observed actual entropy. There isn't actually order. There's a deficiency of chaos that we perceive as order, the same way we perceive cold as the absence of heat. It's not actually there. And so, it isn't that God bestows blessings. It's that God has failed to bestow absolute curses. Assuming there were a God, of course.
Yeah.
Now watch this. If we say a society has a government that has a right to chain up a person and put them in prison for life, okay, if we say that, then would we draw from that, Okay, you as an individual have the right to chain up a person in your
Okay,
basement.
do
put them in
governments have the right to starve people to death as punishment?
Governments have the right to put people to death.
Do they have the right to starve people to death?
Well, if it was a, watch this. Let me go back to what I was about to say on that. If you view it in, if you take it in view of the afterlife, then starving a person to death for a brief time here is
A brief time, you starve them to death, they're dead.
Okay, no, watch that.
Oh my goodness. Wow. And that
Wow.
there's people who
You
starve themselves
absolute
for
bastard.
religious reasons.
Yep.
There's oh my
If
goodness.
you starve them to death for a brief time, well, it's got to last as long as they take to die. I don't understand.
It's like
A
that
brief-
old sentence that judges used to say, you hang by the neck until dead. I mean, you could keep them hanging after if you really wanted, but at that point, it's just gratuitous. Ay, ay, ay. Yes, you're only dying for a little while.
Yeah, it's a temporary starving to death. Yes.
Yeah.
Watch the thought. You starve them to death, they're dead where?
Okay, so
But
you're
if
saying
there's
it
an
is okay
afterlife-
to starve people to death because it's only a short while. After all, it only takes about 20 days. So that's okay because they have eternity. Is that what you're saying?
Okay, now.
Is it what you're saying?
Are you saying that it would be all right to give
Answer
someone
my
a shot?
question. Is it what you're saying?
I'm saying that God has the prerogative to take a person's life.
I'm
here.
asking whether you have that prerogative or whether we as a society have the prerogative to do what God does, which is starve people to death. Yes or no?
You do not have the prerogative to do what God does unless He has
But God
authorized
gives
you to
you
do that.
moral absolutes.
That's right, He does.
Okay.
And they come from his nature. It is in his nature to starve people to death because that happens all the time. Therefore, if you're getting it from God's nature, if you're not, then you're not getting it from God's nature. You're getting it from the proclamations of God. And that's fine. But if you're getting it from God's proclamations, it's not objective.
Yeah. And if, morality is God's nature. So what God does is moral. That's the point that Bart
Right.
is making. But then
Yes.
Kyle's saying, but you don't have the prerogative to do the things that God does. So we don't have the prerogative to be moral? Since whatever
Well-
God does has to be moral.
Well, basically, he's saying that objective morality, we get what objective morality and what we ought to do objectively from God's nature. It is in God's nature to starve people to death because that is something that he does. It is not. Then you sort of say, well, then if that's in God's nature and we get our objective morals from God's nature, then it ought to be moral to do that. Then that is a reflection of God's nature. And Carl's saying, no, we don't have that prerogative. Then where do we get what we ought to do? Not what God ought to do, but what we ought to do. And, if you follow this logically, you get it from God telling you, hey, I have the prerogative to starve people, but you don't. Like, thou shalt not kill doesn't apply to God, right? But then that's a stance by God. That's God's opinion, which is subjective. So you don't have objective morality.
Yeah, it's still subjective, just God is the subject. Although, when
Yes.
that reminds me of another thing, when right after that William Lane Craig interview where he said killing all the babies was good actually, there was conversation floating around about why an all-powerful God needed the Israelites to go wipe out the Canaanites anyway. And
Right.
it occurred to me at the time that God needed humans because humans are capable of sin. Remember, it's all part of the plan. God couldn't kill the Israelites because it wasn't within his nature of morality. But he could tell the Israelites to do it, and then it would be free will if they did it or not. So he couldn't exterminate them because it was a sin. So he made the humans sin.
Well, no, I mean, I don't think that God, because he still did the flood and everything. I don't think that's a problem for God. He still killed every firstborn in Egypt. That's not, it doesn't seem to be a problem for him.
He changes from time. His properties are very fluid for a perfect and unchanging being.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah.
And his
Also,
power levels vary depending on where in the Bible it is and what he decides to be doing. It's very there's some plot holes in
it's
God's little
almost like
book.
there's a whole bunch of different gods, and somebody came along later and tried to harmonize them into one single thing.
Oh yeah, oh
I
yeah.
don't know. Unrelated, but I really enjoy this. Andrew Christofferson says, I don't think if there was a God, why would it have a gender like he or she? So this is a fun little hobby horse of mine. I addressed it in a previous video, gender in the Bible, I think it was, or Jesus and gender, the 8 genders of the Talmud, something like
Yeah.
that. It's a little ways back. In the original Hebrew, there isn't a gender neutral pronoun, but there is a way to use he to imply no gender. It's like he is the default for unknown gender. So properly translated,
I think that it's coming from Aramaic and Greek as well is also the problem.
to some extent, but I'm talking about like the old Testament stuff. But TLDR, properly translated, Yahweh in the Bible should be referred to as a they in modern English, because there's a positive indication of null gender.
Well, Yahweh started out as a god of war and fire, I believe, in sort of ancient Mesopotamia. There definitely was, like, so when you have the Greek gods, like you have Ares and Helios and all of the male gods, and then sort of Aphrodite and Athena and all of the female, they're definitely gendered gods. So Yahweh started out as a he, and he had brothers like Baal, and there were definitely female gods like Asherah, who was the consort of El, who was the so sort of you look at the roots of Yahweh, it definitely was gendered he from the onset. So
oh sure,
yeah,
that's back in the Pantheon days. I'm referring to like the Torah as we have it today, which is after all the gods got amalgamated into the one super being.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. No, that's fair. That's fair because Asherah was definitely amalgamated into that as well. So yeah.
Yeah, which is a whole other bucket of fun. I just love how this all-powerful being was terrified of his ex-girlfriend.
Aren't we all?
All right. All right. Let me ask you here, in your book and various places, in fact tonight I think you say that you actually do hold a biblical view of suffering. And you say that that view is the view of Ecclesiastes. And in your debate with D'Souza, you say that the next D'Souza, you say that the biblical view of Ecclesiastes is that a lot of bad things happen, but a lot of good things do too, so enjoy your life while you're here.
Eat, drink, and be merry.
That's right.
It says 7 times in Ecclesiastes.
Okay. Now, pardon me if this seems like a jump, but let me ask you this statement. In your book, God's Problem, you made this statement. Now, it seems like a jump, but listen closely if you don't mind. Whenever they were actually written, the books of the Pentateuch contain very ancient understandings of Israel's relationship to God, the only true God, the one who created the heavens and earth. Now, do you believe that the Israelite God is the only true God, the one who created the heavens and earth?
Do I believe that? Mm-hmm. No, I was talking about what the authors of the Bible believed.
Okay, but right here in this statement, you say, whenever they were actually written, the Pentateuch contained very ancient understanding of Israel's relationship to God, the only true God, the one who created the heavens.
That's their understanding.
Okay, so you don't believe that?
I'm an agnostic.
What the hell is wrong with you? That's the way that academics talk. He's referencing what their beliefs were. The people that wrote the Bible, that believed, in the one true God, the only God,
Yeah, I mean, even they didn't think there was only one God. Like, even post-amalgamation, they still thought the Egyptian gods were gods, just their God was bigger and stronger.
Yeah.
It's so weird. Like, I don't know, maybe he thinks that way because of some of the other stuff he has to twist his mind around into cognitive dissonance to make kind of makes sense. Like,
So
we don't
is he
believe the
just-
Bible. He actually does this in one of his World Video Bible School videos,
Oh, okay.
where he says
They're funny.
we can trust the Bible because it's confirmed by outside sources like Josephus. But all Josephus actually said was, there's this group called Christians. They believe this dude named Jesus was killed and rose from the dead. Josephus never said
No.
he believed it. Josephus died as a Jew. If he believed it, he'd have been a Christian. You know,
Well,
he was just reporting.
There's other sections where Josephus said that Jesus was died and was resurrected 3 days later, kind of thing. However, nearly every single scholar agrees that part of Josephus, he has a very unique and flowing style in Greek, and if you take that out, it becomes a lot more like Joseph. Like, it really stands out as something that Josephus did not write and was added later. Like, it really, that sort of description. And that's where Josephus you have to be very careful with, because a lot of the work, well, not a lot, but some of the works attributed to him were actually written by the early church and inserted into there. And like you said, why would he believe that Jesus resurrected from the dead when he didn't believe that Jesus was any kind of Messiah? Like, he didn't, because he died as a Jew. So if you take that out, the paragraph reads infinitely better. So, the scholarly consensus is that Josephus did have stuff added to it. That doesn't mean everything he wrote was wrong. There probably was Christians that believed that, absolutely. But yeah, you've got to be very careful with especially his later works, that the early church kind of slipped something in there.
Oh yeah, that was kind of a habit of theirs at the time. There have been several forgeries discredited over the centuries, as far back as the 4th and 5th century. But there's also evidence of tampering within the Bible itself. There's a passage in the early part of the flood story. Again, I can't think of verse specifically, but it's describing the events leading up to the flood. And then there's just a random ejaculation of, and this was because the Lord had judged the world. And then it goes back to preparations for the flood. It flows like a narrative, and there's this random insertion. And most biblical scholars agree that wasn't part of the original story, because it flows a certain way, and it works better if you remove the insertion. So, but that's
And
a
let's
whole
not forget
thing.
the long ending of Mark.
Oh yes, yeah. There's quite a bit of stuff like that. Other parts of the Bible that had different passages that we've found in the Dead Sea Scrolls that aren't present. So stuff's been added, stuff's been deleted, and then there's the entire original version of Mark that historians in the 1st and 2nd century referenced. That, based on their references, clearly is not the same book of Mark we have today.
Yes.
So, oops.
Okay, right, of course you don't. Now, I took that quote out of context on purpose to show that
No, it's not out
without...
of context. Actually, what you quoted is what I said. Their understanding is that this is the one God who created heavens and earth. It's right there in the quotation you read.
Okay, well, I'll read it again, but it says, whenever they were actually written, the books of the Pentateuch contain very ancient understandings of Israel's relationship to God, the only true God. But
Yeah, their understanding.
it doesn't say their understanding. But anyway, that doesn't matter,
That's
because...
exactly what it says. Their understandings of God, the one who created heavens and earth.
Okay, well, that's not what the statement says, but watch this. Now, if you had a Bible, would you turn to Ecclesiastes chapter 12 for me, if you don't mind?
I don't need to. What do you want to know?
Ecclesiastes chapter 12, verses 13 and 14. Would you read that for
You mean
me?
the conclusion of the book?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you know anything about the historical critical study of the book of Ecclesiastes?
I do, but would you mind reading it?
Can you explain?
I know, but do you know? Oh boy, I feel like a big burn is coming.
What redaction is?
I certainly know editing, but if you don't mind reading it.
Kyle
Now,
can't
the
read.
man told you that he has a biblical view, and his view is the view of Ecclesiastes. Now, I want you to listen to the end of the book of Ecclesiastes and see if you would agree with that assessment.
Okay, so this is a setup. I mean, his whole arguments, of course, have been setups because he doesn't want me to explain this. He simply wants me to read this.
I'll read it, if you don't mind.
No, let me explain it, and
Okay.
then we'll read it.
Well, let me read it, and then you
The
can
book of
explain it.
Ecclesiastes.
What the hell?
Now, let me go
The
ahead and
book
read
of,
it.
the
Just
book of
before it's-
Ecclesiastes is one of the more complicated books in the Hebrew Bible, because scholars for over 100 years have recognized that, in fact, it went through multiple editions, including
If you wouldn't mind, let me show you what
including
you're
a redactor who added an ending in order to change the meaning of the entire book. This is what the ending says. The end of the matter, all has been heard. Fear God and keep his commandments, for that is the whole duty of everyone. For God will bring every deed into judgment, including every secret thing, whether good or evil.
Okay, now, I knew that he would say, well, that's redaction. That's not really what the book says. So let me go over to...
He knew he would say that, which is why
So he
he
asked it
didn't say
anyway.
anything about it until after he'd already said
And
it.
that's why he wanted him just to read it. But if you ask a question, like, he can't just say this, like, point out this ending and then sort of not allow him to talk. Like, it's so dodgy. You should allow him to talk about his answer. Like, you can't say, well, I don't want you to answer in the way that I don't want. No, tough.
Yeah, it's oh my goodness, it's an oof. All right,
Wow. Yeah,
I'm gonna
that is oof.
detour slightly.
Uh-huh.
Robin made a request. She requested it for the end of the show, but I want to do it now so I don't forget. And,
Okay.
you know, Robin is wonderful, huge support for the community. So I'm
Yeah.
inclined to give her whatever the hell she wants.
Yeah.
She asked me to mention that on Monday, Matt Dillahunty will be over on the Kentucky Atheist channel. And they have a giveaway. As you may be aware, Kentucky Atheist frequently does giveaways. I myself won one. I have one of Dave Warnock's books right over there that I won from a giveaway over there. So, you know, it's cool stuff, and you actually get the thing you win, in case you were wondering. So, interview with Matt Dillahunty. They're giving away an End Boss t-shirt. End Boss being Matt's new debate show, I guess. I haven't actually seen it, but I understand that was the plan for it. They're doing it by an entry system. Show up for the stream, you get an entry. If you're a channel member, you get an entry. If you show up for the stream and you're a channel member, you have 2 entries. So, you know, cool stuff. Especially if you're a Dillahunty fan. Or if you'd like free t-shirts. You know, either of those. So yeah, random plug for unrelated properties. But since Robin asked, Robin receives.
Absolutely.
It is what the book says. It's what it says in its final redaction.
Okay, so if that's what the book says, then he certainly doesn't have the view of
No, I
Ecclesiastes.
do have a view of Ecclesiastes. Eat,
Well, now
drink,
let me
and
go to-
enjoy life while you can, because it's only here for a fleeting bit.
Okay, let me go to Ecclesiastes 11, verses 9 and following. Rejoice, O young man, in your youth, and let your heart cheer you in the days of your youth. Walk in the ways of your heart and in the sight of your eyes.
Why doesn't-
But know that for all...
Yeah. The moderated, like, it's not Butts's, like, he should be asking questions and discussing, not, you know, I feel like he's asking a question just to make a point. But it's a minor thing. It's just sort of, yeah.
I feel like I don't know, either he's just silly or he's burning clock for some reason, because Bart went and clarified. He was like, this is what I mean when I say that. You know, enjoy all the days of your life because it's so short, whatever the fuck he said. You just heard it, I just heard it, but my memory is increasingly turning to mush as my meat brain intensifies. But Bart clarified, so it should be done, but Kyle's just going to keep on preaching.
all these, God will bring you into judgment. Okay, that's not.
There
in
is
the
nothing
conclusion.
better for mortals than to eat and drink and find enjoyment in their toil. This I saw is from the hand of God.
Okay, so
Eat, drink, and enjoy yourselves.
notice, if he gets to pick out any single verse that he wants to,
This
without
is
looking at
repeated
the...
7 times in the book of Ecclesiastes.
Now,
That's what you're doing. That's what you're doing. Plus, all you're doing is demonstrating that Ecclesiastes has mixed messages.
Oh goodness, yeah.
Wow, you're
just
just pointing out contradictions.
yeah, I fucking love it. Oh, he's just picking things out. Oh, forget the irony for a second. Just
Yeah,
Bart's return. It's in there 7 times. Fuck nuts.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
7 times is not picking a verse. That's
Yeah.
a pretty consistent message.
And I
Sorry.
mean, that's a good philosophy. I've heard
Mhm.
worse. You know, when I was in the
Sure.
Navy, I read the entire Book of Mormon because on late night watches, you'll read frickin' anything. And
Right.
while it has some crazy shit in there,
Right.
when it outright says, "What is the purpose of life?"
Mhm.
The I forget how the book words it, but it's basically live life to the fullest and enjoy, because that's what this world was created for. And I'm like, huh, I kind of dig that. I'm still not Mormon, but I kind of dig that.
Yeah, I mean, just because you don't agree with the claims that a holy book makes doesn't mean it has, completely wrong information or wrong suggestions in it. A lot of the sort of, love thy neighbor and stuff is perfectly fine. I don't have a problem with it. That doesn't mean to say that I think that it comes from a holy, being that laid this down, because sort of treat that other person as you'd like to be treated. The golden rule has been around for ages before this. So, I don't necessarily disagree with everything in there, but 7 times is rather a lot, Kyle.
Yeah. And it very easily could be the other way around, where Bart believed that philosophy generally, and when he came across those specific words, he went, huh, wouldn't it be funny if I said that my moral philosophy was biblical? So he just adopted the passage that said what he already thought.
I'm sorry, only Christians get to do that. I'm sorry.
Oh, right.
I'm sorry.
Right here in Ecclesiastes 7:29, truly, this only I have found, that God made man upright, but they have sought out many schemes. Does that sound like Dr. Ehrman's view that he says is from the book of Ecclesiastes? It's certainly not.
Vanity of vanity, says the teacher. Vanity of vanities. All is vanity. What do people gain from all the toil at which they toil under the sun?
All right, who predicted this would turn into a Bible fight? Because it looks like it's a Bible fight.
I don't know why Bart wants to go in for a Bible fight with Bart Ehrman. He
Right?
does not have the chops to do a Bible fight with this man. He doesn't. I don't. Not many people on this planet do.
Yeah. Like,
Stick to your lane. But confuse him with philosophy more. That's not his strong suit. Don't.
Well,
This is exactly what
Kyle
happened
never
with
read
Vietnam.
Sun Tzu either, which is, when you learn about your opponent, learn which ways he is strong so you know not to attack him there. Learn which ways he is weak so you know where to strike him.
Yes.
I mean, you don't even need Sun Tzu for that one. It's kind of self-evident, but Kyle still doesn't seem to know that, so,
Mm-hmm.
Generation comes, a generation goes, but the earth remains the same. The sun rises, the sun goes down, and hurries to the place where it rises. All streams run to the sea, but the sea is not full. To the place where the streams flow, there they continue to flow. All things are wearisome, more than one can express. The eye is not satisfied with seeing, or the ear with hearing. It's all vapid, and it's all going away. We should enjoy it while we can, as he says 7 times, eat, drink, and enjoy your life.
Now, if you're noticing what he's doing, he's trying to burn time, and if he picks, if he just gets to pick anything that he wants to, sure.
That's the beginning of the book.
Questions.
And what's the end?
This is the thing. It's your questions. You brought this up.
Yeah.
You asked him to read from the book, and you're like, oh, well, he's burning time. It's your questions, dude.
Oh goodness, I have a clip for this too. Maybe it's this one. Let me see here.
The irony here is abundantly obvious, and the fact that these people don't notice it is just astonishing.
I frickin' hate Colin. He is a horrible human being. But he says some shit that is super easy to weaponize against other extremists.
The end. Now, let's go to this next question. Now, lots of times, Dr. Ehrman wants to, at the end of his discussion, say, well, this is what we can agree on. let's just all agree to do more and help others. And certainly, we definitely need to help others. But I want you to see why Dr. Ehrman is in such a tight spot on this.
Is this a question?
It certainly is. Here you go. In your Forrester lecture in 2008, a young lady came to the front of the podium, of the auditorium, and she said, "Why is it you don't want people to suffer?" Do you remember what you responded to her?
I don't even remember the lecture.
Okay. Here's what you said. You said, "Why is it that I don't want people to suffer? I don't know. I'm made that way. I don't have deep philosophical reasons for it. It's just part of being humans. Humans evolved that way."
Yes.
You remember that?
No.
Okay. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now, you said that humans evolved just so that they don't want people to suffer.
Absolutely. That's what scientists tell us.
Okay.
Not what science says, but that's what scientists tell us.
Okay. Now let me read a statement that you made in your Christmas longings blog.
Okay, so
Grief! How much of my writings have you read?
Most of it.
like
really that
here's the
good?
thing,
Well-
here's the thing. Now he's getting back to the philosophical trickery, kind of thing. Like he's just taking all of these statements and he's going to say, "Oh, but you conflicts what you said here." Yeah, he might have changed his mind. He might have had a different idea. That, like, come on, dude, seriously? Okay, sure.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you can cherry pick the Bible, you can cherry pick Bart Ehrman, I suppose.
Right.
But like,
Looks like Bart's a Bart Ehrman fan. Who knew?
yeah, it's subscribe to the frickin' newsletter, Substack, and all the things. Follow him on the platform formerly known as Twitter.
Yeah.
It's just wowzers. But like, this is kind of like what happened in when Craig took on astrophysicist guy. I forget, but he broadcast like bits and pieces of previous lectures to try to show a contradiction. And it's like, oh, I said two things years apart that if you edit them just right seem to contradict each other. Is that seriously the best you can do?
Right. Lawrence Krauss?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, thanks, BK. Yep, you're probably right.
Yeah, it was one of our earlier reviews, but I mean, we have done quite a few of these at this point.
And I agree with Boobersrep. Kyle does have a very sleazy kind of, ambulance sort of chaser, really, really low-grade lawyer, used car salesman energy. Absolutely.
I wonder if that's a requisite to be an apologist. Like, Donnie Deals, for instance, former used car salesman. It's kind of... And for that matter, J. Warner Wallace, former cop, same thing. What's his name? Reporter guy. It doesn't matter. Yeah, they all... Craig doesn't have that vibe, but he's got this polished charm which kind of masks over the underlying nonsense. No, I don't know. I'm just speculating at this point. I don't have solid data, just a bunch of anecdotes.
I was just thinking I have learned a lot more about suffering this last year, but if... Let me go ahead and read this to you. Here's what you say. You say, most people, and I'm going to stress most here, in our society value themselves. Egotism, self-centeredness rule the day. Most people don't give a blank about the pressing problems of our world. Most are far more interested in how much money they can make. Now, your next statement on your blog in July 25th is, there is suffering because people are able to do nasty things when they want, and they often do them.
Yes.
Usually because it advances their own purposes. So now you said that I don't know, I don't have deep philosophical reasons why I don't want people to suffer. We just evolved that way. Now, if you were to ask, according to your statement, most people who value themselves and are egotistic and self-centered, if you said, why are you egotistic and self-centered and you don't mind that you're not helping people, or you don't mind that you do nasty things often to others, and they say, I don't know, I don't have deep philosophical reasons for it, I just evolved that way, would that be a sufficient answer?
Well, there's multiple problems here, but the particular one that I want to pick on is to say, I don't want people to cause suffering is not necessarily the same as saying, I want people to not cause suffering.
Right.
Like, one of them is passive as it pertains to the other people, and one of them is active. Like, do we try to not cause suffering? Do we go out of our way to not cause suffering? Or do we simply wish to not do any harm, but if some harm happens, meh, you know?
And he's conflating things, because being selfish, and as Richard Dawkins wrote in The Selfish Gene, being selfish doesn't necessarily lend itself to suffering. You may want a society, and a lot of this goes into social cohesion. You may want a society where people don't suffer because you want to live in a society where people don't suffer. You may want a lot of money so the people around you don't suffer. One isn't necessarily excluding of the other. Now, a lot of the time, people do cause harm when they are, sort of being selfish and seeking money, sure. But really, when he's talking about you evolve this way so people don't suffer, is because social cooperation is the best way for survival and to avoid suffering. That doesn't mean to say that that is a consequence of living in the modern world. We're not saying that the modern world is a true reflection of evolutionary process. It may not be, and capitalism may be an awful system for our continued evolution or our continued survival. The fact that we have empathy from others is an evolutionary trait. It is.
Yeah.
But he's asking, if you ask those people, what would they say if they just, well, I have a feeling? But that's not what Bart Ehrman says. He says that the scientists say that empathy and reciprocity are evolutionary traits, not just him.
Yeah, it's external. It's I mean, the scientists say isn't the greatest citation ever, but it implies there's some empirical data behind it. I don't know. It's not really hard to see why. Like, you don't want there to be suffering in society. You're a member of society.
Yeah.
You don't want yourself to suffer or the people you care about. Mm-hmm. Like, even if you have no empathy whatsoever, like, D&D 2nd edition evil character class, you only give a fuck about yourself, you still are going to give the healing potion to the mage so that he survives and shoots the dragon with a fireball or whatever. Because if the mage shoots the dragon with the fireball or whatever, the dragon dies and you live. So it's in your interest to protect your allies, even if you're the most selfish mofo ever to walk the Forgotten Realms.
Right. And rule number one, don't split the party. Rule number 2, keep the priest alive. Keep the healer alive. That's my advice for you, D&D people headed out there. That's 2nd and 3.5 edition. It's a bit different in 5 now because a lot of different classes and a lot of different things can heal, but it used to be that you absolutely had to keep them alive because that was the guy that was going to heal you.
Yeah.
It's selfish.
It was a very big deal when I played 2nd edition. There were guidelines for how to create new spells and new magic, and it was generally held that because priest magic was divine in nature, that was the only thing that could heal and rejuvenate life and so on and so forth. But I didn't see any reason why mages couldn't. It's just mages tended to be more obsessed with blowing things up.
Pretty much.
So, yeah, I spent a lot of my character's resources and magic. He was a necromancer, so that was fun. Nice. Figuring out how to heal. And I mean, one of the easiest things to do is many mage spells are reversible. So I just spent a lot of time and money and study and so forth trying to figure out how to reverse Vampiric Touch. So it became Healing Touch. Now, later modules came out that already had that, but that was a pretty good starting place. It was a little random, but it was a mage way to heal. Unfortunately, you had to give your own hit points to do it. But if you could keep the priest alive...
Yes.
Then he could heal you back.
And if you do like D&D, I'm actually playing a Baldur's Gate 3 campaign on my gaming channel. So yeah, I'm going to link that. If you do like D&D, I am playing a gnomish transmuter called
Sweet.
Bulgin Britches. And it's definitely not a goblin. It's definitely not a goblin. It may look like a goblin. It's definitely not. Don't you dare suggest that it's a goblin.
Don't be racist.
Don't be racist. It's definitely not a goblin. That would just
Oh,
be
boy.
silly. That would just
Mhm,
be silly.
mhm.
But yeah, we're having a lot of fun with that. But yeah, go D&D. Absolutely. Fantastic.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Also, related but unrelated, as many of you know, I run a Comic-Con up in Watertown, New York. It's less than a month away now, June 8th and 9th this year. It's a bit of a trip for some people, I understand, although we've got so many guests. They've completely overflowed the guest area. The logistics is getting pretty crazy. Lots of famous TikTok guests, including the Unpredicted Party, which is Don Marshall, Kavatica, a bunch of really cool people. And their thing is they're playing a D&D game based on Lord of the Rings, What If Frodo Failed? And it's amazing if you've never heard of it. And they're going to be doing a session live at NocoCon. So, you know, hell, maybe I should make up my own promo code if I'm going to promote the damn thing. And also, I'll be there.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, it's kind of like asking if Christians have moral absolutes and they know what is absolutely right to do, why is it they do so many wrong things? Does moral absolutes make anybody more righteous, do you think?
Okay, now,
Exactly.
in this statement, I can give you a deep philosophical reason why people should be kind and help others. You can't, and that's the point.
Oh, but I don't think it's a matter of philosophy. I think it's a matter of social reasoning. It's about society. It's not about philosophy. This isn't. I'm not giving philosophical proof. There are social reasons for us to behave the way we should behave. There doesn't have to be a philosophical proof for it.
Sure, so if a person says, if you say you shouldn't do that to someone else, and they say, well, that's just the way I evolved, I don't have a philosophical reason for it, yes, I should. What do you tell them?
I think that morality is something that we need to understand among ourselves and enforce among ourselves. I think that there are certain things that are wrong to do. It is wrong for you to beat your child. Now, if you say, well, unless you have moral absolutes, you have no reason to think that. Actually, I do have reason for think that. I think it's wrong. Yes, but you have no reasons to think that. Okay, well, what reason do I need to see somebody suffer and say, I don't want that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, do we need to have philosophical justifications for things like if you see somebody fall down and can't get up? Do you have to pause and say, what's my philosophical justification for aiding this person? No, you fucking help them, you know?
Yeah. And that's sort of your moral intuition. And a lot of moral intuition stem from those. Well, part of it is cultural, but part of it is just that sort of evolved sense of right and wrong kind of thing. Like, we don't like to see other humans suffer. We don't like to see other animals suffer. You know, it's not something that we enjoy. A lot of animals have this property. They don't like to see humans suffer. And I can point to a leopard seal that tries to feed a diver, you know, a penguin, because it's upset that he's not eating. It thinks he's suffering. And so it wants to help him. Like, we see that a lot in the animal kingdom. Animals will help one another, although we also see them don't. We see a lot of but we only really see it a lot in the pro-social animals. So those animals that have societal behaviors. The ones without societal behaviors, they don't give a shit. They really don't. You know, they will be cruel and vicious and mean and whatever. Like, it seems to be a product of societal, and especially societal mammals in particular, do this kind of thing. But I think I disagree. Like, so there is philosophical reasons for that Bart Ehrman could get to, you know, sort of for morality. It's just Bart is trying to do his sort of philosophical, like, drag him into a region that he's unfamiliar with. And is it good enough to say, hey, I just don't like that? Sure. Absolutely. The fact that you're using your moral intuition, I don't really have a problem with. It's okay. It's just when you drill down into it, there is really good philosophical reasons to why a society should have a system, a moral code of what we ought to do to facilitate that society working together. Because we need to work together. If you don't want to work together, that's fine. Bugger off to some other society. Right?
Oh, yeah,
That's
go
the
be a
thing. Like,
hermit.
go be a hermit, go do seasteading. I understand that, hey, you've kind of got to be part of a society, but you are a social animal. Like, people don't do well by themselves. They just don't. So, if you don't care about society and you don't care if what kind of society you live in, well, I don't know what to tell you. Why are you here then?
Yeah, like what's I don't know. It kind of feeds deeply into nihilism. Like many of the reasons that we come up with for our purpose in life, or just what gives us pleasure, have to do with other people. Like whether it's to impress your friends, or build a community that you can mutually rely upon, or accomplish a goal. So much of what we do is based on interactions with other people. Like
Mm.
I just I don't know. I could see the hermit life being peaceful, comparatively speaking, less hustle and bustle. Being
Yeah.
in nature is often nice, but like, what would be the point? Like, if you did it for a
Yeah.
practical reason, like you're an artist and you need solitude so people stop interrupting you, so you can finish a sculpture.
Yeah,
But
but even
then,
artists
what's
that
the
live
point of the
alone.
sculpture? I bet you
Yeah.
it's
I
to
mean,
show other people.
but even artists that live alone, they don't sort of cut themselves off entirely from people. They still have people they see and they still socialize. Well, I get it, and some people are actually hermits, but I that's okay. If you don't want to contribute to society, that's fine. But the rest of us have to be able to get along somehow. And so if we want to, and it's an if we want to be able to get along, then we have to have a moral code that we kind of all agree on. That's what we're doing.
Hmm. The negotiation of the future.
Sure.
Well, you certainly do need a reason, because
I don't need a reason, because I don't want it. I don't have a philosophical moral absolute that says beating children is wrong. I know it's wrong, and so do you. And it's got nothing to do with your platonic ideas about moral absolutes.
Okay, so if you were to go to a person.
Yeah, that's a
You know
really
what?
solid point that deserves underscoring. Like,
Yeah.
just because you can come up with a reason, you can create a justification post hoc,
Yeah.
does not mean that is the reason.
And
It's
you
ultimately
could
because you
even
wanna.
Well, and you could reason, like, sort of Bart Ehrman could say, well, evolutionarily, it is bad to beat your kids because they will grow up weaker and have damage, and you have the chance of killing them. There are a whole bunch of reasons as to why it is bad for the species that we do not harm our children. I mean, I can't believe I have to say this. Like, that is a bad thing. That is a bad thing. And so we have this protective feelings about children to help facilitate our protection of the generations going forward, the next generations coming up for our species. Is that an absolute? I don't think so. It doesn't have to be. It's just pro-social behaviors. And they want to sort of say, well, pro-social behaviors, if it doesn't have a foundation, there's no justification for it. No, there is a justification for it. It is promotion of the social structure that we rely on to survive. That's it. If you don't want to survive, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah. I don't know. I struggle with that one because, as I've mentioned before, for a very long time, I didn't particularly want to survive. I just kept on going because it's what you do, and I didn't want my kids to be sad. But now I don't feel that way. So it's complicated.
So the problem that Bart Ehrman has here, and sort of, I know that he's not a philosopher, he's an anthropologist, and he's a biblical historian, but is really hammering him at the point where he's weak. But it's not just about, well, I don't want to do that. When we're talking morality, we're not talking about individuals. So Starsong, I get it. You don't want to. I get that. But it's not just when we're talking about morality, we're talking about a code of conduct over a population. So it's more to say that I say people ought not to beat kids, not just because I don't want to, but I think that even somebody that wants to ought not to, right? That somebody who has anger management issues and they take it out and they ought not to. And it behooves me to have some kind of explanation of why I am leveraging what I say ought to happen on that person. But I think that's very simple when it comes to something like damaging the future carriers of the next generation. Like it's very, very simple why we don't do that and why people ought not do that in our society. Because if you are damaging the children going forward, if you are causing harm, if you are destroying people as you go forward, society becomes this horrible place that child you've damaged has more likely grows up, will hurt somebody else, will cause suffering in the society, and I don't want a society suffering. Right? So there are definite oughts as to why. And sort of, do you want a place where people are being violent against one another? Nearly everyone will say no.
Yeah, I mean, earlier in the stream, we were condemning a couple of wars going on right now.
Right.
Just, I don't know.
But
it gets really, really out of hand.
But most people do not think about morality that way. And that's fine. That's totally fine. I totally get it. It's a quagmire of ifs and oughts and foundations and all this kind of stuff. Morality is so complex. Most people don't think about it that much. And that's fine. It's perfectly fine. But when you talk to somebody and they say, hey, causing violence against these children causes these problems in our society, that's enough. That's enough. That's it. That behavior causes harm that affects society in a way that causes the society to be detrimental to its members. That's it. That's all you need. That's it.
Yeah, that's more than sufficient.
Yep.
And say this is wrong, and they say I don't need a reason to say it's all right to often do very nasty things to people. I don't need a reason to show you that the strong survive. I just think it's the right thing, and I don't have to give a reason. You think that?
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Like saying I want to do nasty things just because I wanna.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can say that. It kind of makes you a shitty person, or at least an immoral one, but you can do it.
Sure. And most people don't think about the harm that their actions cause. We're not saying that's a great thing. It's a thing. It's just a thing. People don't look at their actions and go, how is this harming? Like a lot of times it's sort of, what's that saying? It's like, don't attribute to malice that which could be easily explained by incompetence, kind of thing. Like people will do stuff that's terrible without even thinking of the harm it will cause people.
Yeah. I mean, so much of recent U.S. history falls into that category.
And I've done stuff before that someone turns around and goes, oh, do you realize this is the consequence? And I go, oh, I didn't realize it would cause that. Like just because a lot of people are going through life just being selfish doesn't mean they're actually trying to be immoral or have even thought about the consequences of their actions. So he's trying to conflate these two things. This sort of, well, if you don't have a moral foundation, you're just going to do horrible things over and over. That's not necessarily true.
Yeah. I mean, there's always doing things by accident. And, you know, often the bad that comes from our actions, from not thinking them all the way through, they're unintended consequences. By definition, we didn't think it all the way through.
Right.
But that goes in reverse, too. Unintended positive consequences. I mean, we see there's famous cases of people failing upward left and right. Tucker Carlson, for example. The man has never succeeded in a single thing in his life, and yet until recently was the most popular not newscaster in the United States.
Oh, look, you've got to give Trump the Oscar for failing upwards in the most spectacular way possible.
Yeah, it's true. He crashed every single fucking business he ever started, and yet he's still stupid rich and managed to become president of the United States. Seen in the abstract like that, it makes you wonder if there's a God. Is there any justice in this universe?
Will be all right?
My view is that you come up to them and say, look, there are moral absolutes, and let me give you the philosophical argument for that to show you there are moral absolutes, and you're not going to be effective either. You're not going to change that person from doing what they want to do because you think you have a philosophical argument.
Okay, you might not be effective, but you would be correct. And so if that person continues...
No, I think you would be incorrect.
Now notice this, I think you would be incorrect. Why do you think that? Because you don't have deep philosophical reasons for that? You just did all that way?
You think that without moral absolutes, you can't make statements of right and wrong.
Right.
And you have said, that's true, I just don't think we should do this.
That's right. There are things that I think we shouldn't do. We shouldn't starve our children to death to punish them.
Okay, do you think we should drink...
It's not because there's some kind of platonic form up in the heavens that indicates what our moral ideas ought to be. Okay, it's not that there are absolutes. It's that we know as people what is right and wrong for our fellow human beings.
And yet, when he says we know as people, the Nazi Germans didn't know. The most people...
Do you really want to go into Nazi Germany and what the Nazi Germans believed?
Watch this. Most people in our society value themselves. Egotism and self-centeredness rule the day. Do you disagree with that?
Okay. Let's invoke Godwin's law for a start. You know, like, so Nazi Germany, they did know that was wrong, but we've got to separate in groups from out groups. Okay, so they knew it was wrong to starve their own children, right? They would never do that to their own children. They would never do to their own children what they were doing to the Jewish children. That's the whole point, that they thought they were special in some way. So what we have here, if you've studied any kind of sort of sociology or social structure, is that through propaganda and all of these sort of controlling devices, they made the Jewish people the other, the out group, the enemy, right? They put them in a separate category to us. They're not us, they're them, right? So that's what they did. But they still, within their society, knew that it was wrong to starve their children.
Yeah, it's the... People say, how could that possibly have come to pass? Well, there's a lot of factors. Like, there was all the propaganda and the brainwashing, but there was also fear. Like, once they had power, you know, heresy against the state was punishable by death. So you had to get in line, even if you didn't want to, because there was the threat of force. But also, that kind of othering, that kind of dehumanizing, it's I don't want to say ubiquitous, but we see it everywhere today. From what the IDF is saying about the Palestinians. Oh, they're all Hamas. They're all terrorists and they need to be eradicated. Or what the Russians are saying about the Ukrainians. Or what we here in the United States are saying about trans people. Like, we don't even say... The people who are trying to dehumanize, they don't even say trans people. They say transgenderism. It's not the people that we're after. It's the ideology. And you just happen to exterminate the ideology by exterminating the people. And then, once they've completed the dehumanization, they make it okay with the fear aspect. They're coming for your children. We have to destroy them before they get your children.
And it's kind of this, they're going to destroy our society. And the same thing was said about the Jews. That's the thing. And that's the thing that I agree with Stephanie on. They use much the same rhetoric of they will destroy society and make us weak and crumble us to nothing. The same arguments have been used for ages about the out-group. So the whole thing about pro-social behaviors is usually they only apply to your social group. The in-group. The out-group, it's why you see Christians treat their in-group like, oh, brother and stuff, and, love you, and their out-group, they are just a menace to. Some of them.
Tribalism. I mean, some tribes are more welcoming than others. And there's social dynamics that go into all of these things. Sociologists study you'll find that the more progressive churches also tend to be more financially well off. The members themselves are higher up on Maslow's hierarchy. They're more secure, so they have the luxury to be more accepting of others. Whereas the churches that tend to be more aggressively bigoted also tend to be less socially advantaged. So their needs are not met. In fact, that's one of the reasons they get so zealous about their religion, is because their needs are not met, and they're trying desperately to force this mechanism for control into giving them the fulfillment of something, whether it's the purpose or control over their lives, despite surrendering control of their life to their invisible carpenter ghost friend, whatever. They get very clannish, they get very hateful and spiteful, because any outsider could take away what little they do have. And it's all, you can study this shit and understand it better, but we haven't figured out a way to fix it, at least with the society we currently have.
Now, he said...
Do you disagree with that?
He said we as people know what's right.
Do you disagree that most people are egocentric?
I certainly do not.
Okay.
So, when he says, we as people know what's right, according to these, most people, they are simply saying, hey, I can do what I want to a person, I evolved that way, and you can't tell me that what I'm doing is wrong. Now, let's move on and go to this next question.
I certainly can tell them.
Let's just move on. I don't want you to challenge this.
Yeah. It's supposed to be a question time, and sort of, that wasn't really a question, and it wasn't, like, you just made a statement and then quickly said, let's move on. No, you don't get to do that, you complete butt. Wow.
For real. Like, what an asshole. But also, like, they're way the fuck off the topic in the first place. Like, we're not even talking about suffering anymore. We're off on what's morally right, and do you need a philosophical justification? Ay.
And they're wrong. I do all the time.
Okay, do you think we should drink microbrewed beer?
No.
You say you should. In fact,
I don't think we should. I don't think it's a moral imperative.
Okay,
I think you're crazy if you don't.
Okay. So when Dr. Ehrman says, I think we should do this, or I think we should not do this, when he just said it's a moral imperative.
It's not a moral imperative.
I know, that's what you're saying. And up to this point, you have said there are no real moral imperatives.
That's why it's not a moral imperative.
Okay, now did you get that? He just said there are no moral imperatives. Just put that for the record. Next question. All right. In your conclusion of most of your... Okay, let me go to this next question. In the Brown debate, you say, I am a firm believer in the punishment of the wicked. And you say, otherwise we would...
So this is but sort of preying on his not understanding of philosophical sort of stuff. So moral imperatives are things that we ought to and ought not do. And Bart Ehrman obviously thinks there's things that we ought to and ought not do. So they are moral imperatives. The thing is that usually what a moral relativist would say is that they're conditional imperatives. They're like, if you want society to flourish, then it's a moral imperative to do this, right? Or not do this. if you don't, if you want society to be, destroyed, well, that's up to you, but we're not going to allow you into the society. Get out, or be imprisoned, or something like that. Like he's just sort of preying on his not understanding of what moral imperatives actually are. And it's fine to have conditional moral imperatives. Like if you want a good life, then moral imperative, moral imperative, moral imperative. If you want to live a crappy life, then there's other things that you probably should do. So there's no problem with moral imperatives under a morally relativistic system. There's no problem with it.
Yeah, like Eric points out, you just need to have a goal in mind. And conversely, when you have a goal, then the imperatives, they're just entailments to that goal.
Sink into chaos if we didn't punish the wicked. Do you still believe that?
Yes.
Okay.
Is this related to suffering?
Sure, here we go. If there were an all-knowing supernatural being, would it ever be moral for him to punish a person?
I'm sorry, what? Just explain what this has to do with suffering.
Okay, that's a great question. In your book,
That is a great question. Thank you, Bart. We have a minute 33 left in this debate. What does it have to do with suffering?
book, God's Problem, How the Bible Fails to Deal with Our Most Important Question, Why We Suffer, you have a very long section on punishment. And so I am taking a section out of that book.
You're asking, if there's a divine being, could he punish people just as the way I think? So hypothetically, if there's a divine being, yes, he could punish people.
Okay, so you think that it would be morally acceptable for a God to punish some people?
It's such a hypothetical question for me because I don't have the mind of God, because I don't believe God exists. I think part of the problem is that you think you've got the mind of God, that you know what these moral absolutes are in God's mind. Okay. How do you know the mind of God?
Sure, and there would only be one way to do that.
You yourself are not an absolute.
Okay.
You are not an absolute. Would
let
you
me
agree
answer your
with that?
question here. You asked.
This raises a fascinating philosophical point, and I know Bart doesn't like philosophy, so he's probably not going to go there. There's this idea within theism that for consciousness to be possible, God must be conscious. That's how some of the theists justify the idea that the creator of the universe must be personal, because it has to have a consciousness. It has to be a person.
Yes.
Any property you observe within the universe has to be a property of the maker of that universe for some reason. It's getting away from me. For you to understand the mind of God as an absolute, by that same logic, you yourself must be an absolute, just like your consciousness depends on a bigger consciousness to exist. If that thing is an absolute, for you to know it, you have to be an absolute. Kyle is not an absolute, therefore he cannot understand an absolute God.
Sure. I think there's sort of a Gödel's incompleteness theorem thing in there as well, sort of that in order to fully understand it. But I don't know how you would understand the mind of a omnipotent being. And there's a whole load of problems upon problems upon problems in there. Like obviously, even if there are moral absolutes, he doesn't have access to God's mind to know them. He's only got access to the Bible, which was written by humans. So he doesn't have access to these moral absolutes. He has access to an interpretation of an interpretation, even if that was written by God or dictated by God or inspired by God or whatever the hell they say. So these moral absolutes, Carl doesn't have access to them in any way anyway.
Yeah, there's no ontology to it, and the epistemology is piss poor.
Yeah, pretty much.
Ask me the question, how do I know the mind of God? There would only be one way. There's one way you can know the mind of Dr. Ehrman, if he tells you what he's thinking. There's one way you can know my mind, if I tell you what I'm thinking.
Unless you lie, Kyle.
You're right.
Because, apologists are kind of well known for lying, and you know what they say about lying.
lying is bad. Being a liar makes you a bad person.
Thank you, Tucker.
There's only one way you could possibly know the mind of God. You follow my thought, I think?
Yeah, let me
If
ask you
he
this, though.
tells
Do you know what I'm thinking?
What he's thinking.
Do you know what I'm thinking?
I do according to your writings, yeah.
But maybe you don't know what I'm thinking. What am I thinking right now?
You haven't told me, so I wouldn't know.
Exactly.
That's my point.
You think
Now,
God
if
has told
God
you? You
has,
think God
That's my this thing you just said that completely discredits my point. That proves my point.
Yeah, that's my point. You don't know what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I mean, you can study all of Bart Ehrman's lectures. You don't know what he's thinking right now.
And
Even
plus,
if the
I think
Bible
that-
were 100%, you could
Yeah,
study
yeah.
it forever, and you would know what God's thinking right now.
And plus, here's the thing, Kyle. I think we can show from your misinterpretations of Bart Ehrman's writings that it's all up to pretty much your interpretation of what Bart Ehrman was thinking when he wrote it. And you do a piss poor job at actually interpreting what Bart Ehrman was saying, showing that you don't have any kind of objective or any kind of direct evaluation of what Bart Ehrman is thinking. Only your interpretation.
Yeah, and he does like to interpret things, doesn't he?
Oh, he takes some interpret liberties all over the place. Absolutely.
Yep. Well, they've got 6 seconds. Let's see if they manage to get anything out.
has told you everything?
Okay.
Oh.
Just thank you. Okay.
Okay. No, I won't
Oh.
thank you, but I will not thank you. I wanna no thank you will be coming your way. Oh boy. So my I really feel like I really dislike it when people go to someone's previous writings and take one bit and say, hey, it contradicts this bit. There's a lot of context in things, and people change their minds. This is the thing. Like Bart Ehrman has changed his mind. So taking like somebody of that amount of tenure of giving their opinion on stuff, especially just taking a line here and a line there and then interpreting, like, come on, dude, what are you doing, you butt? What are you doing? I bet you I could go through Kyle Butts's video history on YouTube and take bits and pieces that contradict one another. I don't, but I will give him credit for. Well, you know what? No, I'll rescind that. I'll give him both credit and debit for trying to challenge Bart Ehrman in his area and hitting him in his weak area, because that's what he did. The philosophical stuff, giving foundation for morality. If you've never sort of studied that before, it's just it's just nonsensical to you. It just doesn't make any sense. Like, what are you talking about? I need a reason to not want this or not want that. I get it. I really do. But really, in some way, I think we should be able to say why any person in a society ought to do something and ought not to do something. I think it is important that we have that.
Yeah, and it doesn't take. He wasn't listening to what Bart was saying. He was just waiting for his next turn to pull out another cherry pick. And you don't even have to have that extensive a writing catalog for people to try that shit. I years ago, when I was active in the academics, I got into it with a fellow on Facebook about whether basically there was such a thing as the time-space constant, right? Like the speed of light is the limit, but the faster you move through space, the slower you move through time. So effectively, you're always moving at the speed of light when you think about it in a fourth dimensional sense. And he went rounds with me, and finally he said, well, you clearly have no idea what you're talking about. You should read this paper. And he sent me my own paper. So yeah. I was like, you realize I wrote that paper, right? And he just unfriended me and disappeared. I'm like, okay. Oh goodness.
Wow.
So it happens. Even when you're a relatively unknown person, if you deal in an area of specialties, and you get confronted by somebody who thinks they are in that particular specialty, they may still be familiar with your stuff. And in this case, Bart deals in the area that Kyle's very interested in,
Yeah.
Bible stuff. And it's just, I don't know. It just seems to me, if you like, to go back to D&D terms, if you are a level 2 theologian with level 1 proficiency in Bible study, and you want to take on a level 13 Bible scholar who's maxed out his proficiency in Bible study, you're going to get your butt kicked.
Yeah, basically. Yeah.
Yeah.
But he did also focus on the philosophical things where Bart Ehrman wasn't so strong. I think there was some definite problems with what Bart Ehrman was saying there, sort of saying, well, I don't want to. Okay, and that's fine. You don't have to explain why you don't want to, as far as, like morality is concerned, but that isn't morality, that's ethics. Morality is why shouldn't anybody do something or do it. It's the population wide. It's a code of conduct over a society or a population. So that's the difference. Like, so when you say, beating a child is wrong, why? You're basically saying people in general ought not to do it, but why? So I think that was a bit of a flaw. But I think it's fine that people go through life like, oh, this seems wrong to me, this seems right to me. It's fine, because really people have an understanding that they want society to be a healthy and happy place. Like, I don't meet many people who you talk to them and they're like, oh, I want society to be a complete shithole. Like that isn't what people want. And they may be mistaken about what build. Like, I would disagree with a, sort of very, very conservative capitalist over what would make a good society, but they still want a good society. They don't want a broken society. Like, we just disagree on how we're going to get there. So
yeah, or what good means.
Or what good means, right? So, even though we disagree, we still kind of want the same thing. So, and that's fine. Like, most people take their moral intuitions from going, okay, what would make a good society? What would make happy people? What would make me feel good about the environment and the society that I would live in? And that's perfectly fine. I've got no problem with that whatsoever, because most people would understand that if we said people ought to hit their kids, that would wind up with a terrible society. We understand that. It's fine. So I get where Bart Ehrman's coming from. At the same time, Kyle did box him in with the philosophy stuff of, well, you can't explain why it's wrong. Maybe Bart Ehrman couldn't. Somebody definitely can. There's no problem with that.
Yeah, I tend to side with Bart on that one. As you know, I'm not a master of philosophy, but I'm no slouch either. And
yeah,
I think Bart's correct. Like, you don't have to have, like, if you're going to make the philosophical proposition that you must have a justification to back up your beliefs, then you have to justify that. You can't just assert it. Like, why do I need to justify it?
Well, Alex O'Connor. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, Kyle didn't really provide a reason for that. So his own philosophy seriously fell short.
Well, Alex O'Connor brought up a really good point, and that's and it's been making me think, because I think about that kind of stuff a lot, probably way too much. And so, I mean, I wouldn't say I'm a philosopher. I think I dabble a little bit, and but I think about morality a lot, and I try to explain morality a lot. But Alex O'Connor put out a thing that was like, are we actually creating a moral system and then abiding by it, or are we using our moral intuition to decide what's right and wrong, and then adapting sort of post hoc an explanation to why we do it? And I think that's a fascinating question.
Mm-hmm.
That we may
a little of column A, a little of column B, but I think most people
right.
do more of the latter. There's a whole
Yeah.
lot more justifying than thinking ahead in
Right,
our world
right.
today.
And I think I would like to say, hey, I do think ahead, but I think to at least a partial degree, part of it is moral intuition that I go, hey, this is wrong. Why is it wrong? Here is a reason, but is that, did I get the reason and then apply it to my morality, or did I have the morality first and then got a reason for it? And you're right. I think it is a mixture of both, a mixture of cultural learning and things like that. But I would like to think that under my moral standard, if someone can point out where something goes against my moral standard, I would go, oh, well, I've got to change that behavior because it isn't contributing to X, Y, or Z, or change my morality, to say, hey, this is wrong. Like, for instance, I used to think that eating meat was fine. Now I will say, hey, you're probably morally superior if you don't eat animals. I wouldn't say it's a moral necessity, just as, for instance, if you get caught for speeding, I would say, well, someone that isn't speeding is morally superior, but it's not you're not a bad person if you get caught for speeding once or twice. That's fine. It happens.
Yeah, well, it goes to where your priorities, like when it
Right.
comes to eating animals, like if you put a moral emphasis on reducing suffering or helping the climate or any number of possible reasons for not eating
Right.
animals. If
Yeah.
that's a priority, then it becomes a moral thing to do. But if it's not a
Yes.
priority, then it doesn't matter to you, so it's not a
A
moral
moral
consideration.
obligation. Yeah.
And like speeding tickets, I think most people have a goal of not spending a bunch of money on traffic fines, but for the most part, nobody really cares, morally speaking. It's just not on the priority
Right.
list.
Well, and like I said, giving to charity, I think you are morally superior if you do give to charity, but I'm not going to say, well, you're an immoral person if you can't or don't give to charity. Like it's one of those things that morality is kind of a spectrum, not a black and white. I mean, there are certainly things that if you murder somebody in cold blood kind of thing, you're definitely immoral. That's definitely immoral. Like there's certain things that will cover that, but
Yeah, and similarly,
yeah.
there are things that are objectively morally superior. Eric from Skeptics and Scoundrels sends $10 and points out that it is morally superior to donate to channels like this.
Yeah,
Thank you,
absolutely.
Eric.
And Eric does know what the moral absolutes are, so that is absolutely morally superior to donate to channels. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Eric.
Yeah, supporting the creators you like encourages them to make more stuff that you like. So it does have a moral backing to it. Obviously, people have different levels of what they can do. As
Absolutely.
everyone knows by now, I am very poor, but even I can do things to support, like click the like button and possibly the share button and definitely the subscribe button. I understand that YouTube makes it glow when you say subscribe button. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. I can't see myself right now. But, those are all free and completely reversible. So, if you do have some spare change, though, do consider becoming a member. As mentioned earlier, lots of perks, the emojis. Most levels of membership, except the super discount one that's emojis only, get early and ad-free access to videos, sometimes behind-the-scenes stuff, a bunch of other perks depending on level. And also there's Patreon, which in some ways is even better because it takes much less of a share than YouTube does. And the perks are similar. Unfortunately, Patreon doesn't let me do emojis in the YouTube chat, so I understand why people might prefer YouTube membership. But Patreon is better in many respects, especially on the creative end. But, there's lots of options. And also, join the Discord.
Yeah, join the Discord.
Yeah. There's been a bit more chatter in there lately. We had a new person come in and start getting, philosophical about the justifications for non-belief. And I don't know. I can't keep up with the discussion, but there's discussion of late, so that's kind of fun. Yeah, so I guess that pretty much does it for today. Before we put the butt to bed, what do you have coming up this week, Mark?
I might be doing an open room on Wednesday. I haven't decided yet about a very contentious topic. And I kind of feel like maybe I should, but I'm still playing with that. On Friday, I'm going to have this fundamentalist fails. I want to do something kind of silly this time. It was the Ark last time, so maybe something a bit different. And apart from that, I really need to get more debates. I have to go and find some more debates somehow. Open to suggestions. It was funny, I got this massive email the other, I did that Ark thing. And I got like it must have been a 10 long paragraph email complaining that they couldn't put it in the comments. And it's like, yeah, no, your essay will not fit in the comments. So like all of these complaints about the things, the usual lineup. Oh, but if you do the math, there would have been enough people to build the pyramids after the flood kind of thing. And it's just like, okay. And then so I just wrote an email back saying, hey, I'm happy to debate, and it was one line back. It's just, yeah, I'm not debating through email. Come on now. Like, what are you doing? Like, seriously, I'm
Yeah.
sorry if that's you, but what are you doing? I'm not going to reply to your like 10-page email on all the things I got wrong when you could talk about it and get that done in, an hour. What's the point?
Yeah, like my guy, if you've got that much to say, make a video about it. Make a response video, or challenge Mark to a debate. There's many platforms that Mark works
Even a
with.
discussion. Yeah.
Yeah, come on Mark's channel and hash it out.
Yeah. Like, I'm not as scary as people think I am. I'm not that nasty at all. Like, it's fine. I can talk about it. But, a lot of it was like, if you had ever looked at the numbers or if you'd ever looked at the Bible kind of stuff. And it's like, wow, you're angry about this. It was funny. It was funny. I kept it.
Weird stuff happens sometimes. It's
it
a
was
wild,
funny.
wild internet. Apparently, I never answered whether I prefer a manual or automatic. That depends on what I'm driving. If I'm driving an actual tractor trailer for work, automatics have their advantages, but overall, I prefer a manual because the automatics, the computer determines the throttle, and that means slower acceleration on the highway. That's no big deal. It's when I'm backing up to a dock, I'm either going full speed reverse or stopped. And that means you're always going to slam into the dock. And I frickin' hate it. It spills my drink. It knocks my phone down. It pisses
shocking.
off the people inside. And so I hate that. So I prefer manual for a truck. But for my personal car, automatics are fantastic. So yeah.
I prefer manuals. I prefer manuals. I like to have sort of fine control, over the gear shifts and stuff. I do enjoy it. So yeah.
Yeah, the past few weeks riding around in various rentals and seeing some of the features on some of the newer cars. It's some cool shit. The last car before the repairs were done on my old car was a Toyota Avalon. I think it was a 2023, and the damn thing drives itself. It really does. It's got radar, it's got lane detection, it's got automatic lane centering. It yells if you take your hand off the wheel, but you don't actually have to steer. It will turn the car left and right to keep you centered in your lane. The only time you actually have to really drive is when you're changing lanes or going around a corner or whatever. And I'm like, this is too easy. I'm gonna get bad at driving if I stay in this car too long.
Right.
So yeah. Oh, and everything is backup cameras. Oh, those are fantastic. I need more pennies to get a new car though. But long-term projects. I've got a lot of things that need money. Capitalism. What can you do? But if you want to find more opportunities to send me money,
support Ember because they need a reverse cam because the reverse cam is just amazing.
I mean, that would be great too, but mostly a car that doesn't, break down 12 times
That
a
is a
year.
good start. Yeah, that
Yeah.
is a really good start.
And then
Yeah, absolutely.
there's so much other stuff. Like, I one of these days I'd like to get my teeth fixed so I stop having constant infections. That would be cool. And then there's also the whole transition thing. That's going to get expensive really. It's already kind of expensive. Wardrobe, and I've already started laser, which is nice because my makeup stays longer before hairs start poking out and whatnot. But yeah, other things. There's certain surgeries that health insurance doesn't cover that'll be coming up in a while down the road, but they're very expensive, so I've got to save up for them for a long time. So yeah, it's an oof. But I do appreciate everybody
That's
coming
okay.
by and
Absolutely.
interacting and doing what you can to support and just being part of the community and making these streams so much damn fun. It's why we do it.
Mm.
So yeah.
And thanks to all the mods as well. Like, I just saw Pragmatic do links and stuff. You people are amazing. Thanks to Robin and Skeptics and just all of the other mods. Pragmatic, yeah, you're a gem. Absolutely. We couldn't do this without you. Honestly, I don't think we thank our mods enough. To be honest with you, I really don't.
It's true. I try, when I think of it, I try to put it out in a video. If you enjoy a nice, friendly live chat full of people who are nice to talk to and make good jokes and just generally aren't assholes, be sure to thank a mod.
Yeah.
Alrighty, folks. I guess that's gonna do it for this time. And oh goodness, it's been a day. It's been a long day. A lot of good parts, but long.
You need some rest. Get some rest.
Yes, rest. Very, very, very soon, I think. But for everyone else, do remember that you are allowed to eat, drink, and be merry because you are better than religion. Good night.